All right. I hope my computer is working properly. I'm on my laptop right now. Welcome to gunchannels.com lobby chat. I'm nightstryke. Thanks for listening. Anyone who wants to can jump in. It's open. Just ask for a link. I'll send it out there. All right. Thanks. So, what do we got to talk about today? We already covered everything this morning. I don't really want to go over it again. I don't. So, hello, Sean. I am not slacking. I am picking up the slack.
What are you talking about? Oh, my earlier lobby title?
Yes, No, I'm just talking about that other lobby title.
Yeah. Yeah, cutting it early.
I wanted to go get lunch, all right?
Slave channels.
Yeah, slave channels. What the hell? Yeah, I got to be there because, if I'm not at Sean's beck and call, I mean, he's not happy.
Slave for lunch channels.
Well, it's called the early watch, not the lunch watch.
Lunch watch is the perfect time to get new winners for the Guess That Gun.
Yeah, right. So I broke down and actually bought a cable for my laptop. It was $5. Basically, it splits the combo port into a dedicated, mic and headphone port, so I could use my headset properly instead of using that USB cable. Because
fantastic.
Fuck that USB cable. Fuck it. So am I sounding all right?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. So hopefully I won't get that buzzing noise anymore. But if I do, well, oh well.
Yeah, I sent a bunch of invites out to non-gun channels people for tonight's build chat because they were asking about it. Should be good. They're builders themselves, so it's like them and Dead Horse can bang heads on ideas, I guess, whatever.
Oh man, I was hoping I could jump in.
You can do that.
Never enough chats tonight, I tell you. That's why I'm hosting this on my laptop that I just got fixed because, yeah, the Windows 10 install decided to take a shit on me, so I had to go and restore using the Windows 8 CD. Then I had to re-upgrade to 8.1, and then I had to upgrade to 10 again.
That sucks. Was 10 just an upgrade disk?
It's because the laptop came with 8. I upgraded to 8.1 and then the 10. And I can't just install 8.1 because the software for it, the laptop uses a specialized SSD cache drive.
You have a hybrid drive in there, don't you?
I have a Seagate hybrid drive in there, and I have a 20 gig cache drive, additionally for quick boot.
First thing I did when I got my new laptop was I wiped the hard drive. I deleted all the partitions and I had one drive again. And then I installed when it was a Windows 8 laptop also. And the first thing I did was I wiped it. I just turned it on, deleted the partitions, and just told it to go fuck itself. And I had a brand new clean 1 terabyte drive, and I think it's a hybrid drive. And then I just USB sticked Windows 10 onto it, went straight to 10 right from the get-go. And it's the only install of 10 I've done in 7 machines at my house that isn't fucked up. Anything I did an upgrade or a modification to coming from an older operating system has been garbage, but on a clean install, it's been flawless.
Well, the issue is if I want to keep the quick cache drive and the quick boot stuff, I have to do it this way. But I did get something that will help me in the long run later on. It's called Macrium Reflect. Basically, you can make an image of your uh, your hard drive and all the partitions on it, and then you save that to another disk that's not on the Windows drive.
Right.
Okay, so you have to have like an external drive or whatnot to put it on there. But then what you do is you just load up a boot disk, and then you connect that hard drive, and bam, you can just if you get a new hard drive or you're replacing the hard drive, you can copy all that data and ghost that onto the new drive.
Yeah, it's just a more friendlier version of Norton Ghost.
Yeah, I like it a lot better than Norton Ghost because Norton Ghost is a pain in the ass.
It
The
gets
last
in the
good
way. I
version
like
of
it.
Norton Ghost was 8.
I'm running. Let me see what version this is. I think it's 14. I've been running this one at the shop. Yeah, I'm running 14, which is actually several years old, but I use it here on all the work machines and on our mail server and stuff. And I mean, it works. It's just, it's always in the way of something. And every time you plug something into it, it's like Ghost says, "Do you want us to use this?" I'm like, "Look, I'll tell you when I want to use something. I don't need a
But see,
reminder every time I plug something in."
I said 8 was the last best one because 8 was, I guess, I don't know, I haven't used any of the other ones, but 8, all you had to do was just load a CD in and it would copy drive to drive via CD.
Mhm.
Instead of having to install secondary software and all that
I
shit.
mean, this one's nice. Like when I use it to back up hard drives, like when people bring in fucked up machines or whatever, it works pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, what it
So
can't do is read skip errors, which is really irritating. But because I build duplicators here at the shop, I have this really old school, like Old Testament duplicator controller, and it will copy hard drives and do read skip errors, meaning it'll copy everything regardless of if the hard drive's corrupt or not. And what's really cool is, even with the read skip error protection, the data works on the copy where it might not have worked on the original every time. Now, the process takes 3 days, but you know what? If you've got like a 4 terabyte hard drive that you can't lose that shit and it died, and you manage to pull it all off, you just saved somebody thousands of dollars if it's important information. I just keep that at the corner of my desk. Anytime I need it, I just pull it out and use it.
yeah, I haven't even reinstalled the Vast on here yet. So
Hang on a sec, I got a call coming.
good luck. Let's see. What's going on? Oh, those, yeah. I've seen those before. Those are pretty good dead horse. So you're happy with how they turned out? Now these are just soft cases, right? Yeah, they look like soft cases. Hmm. What's up? Yeah, that PSA is not much of a deal. At least not for me, because they're in South Carolina, so I have to pay tax on that shit. Most stuff I buy online, I don't have to pay tax for unless they're in state. So they're in state, yeah, kind of screwed on that. That bad, huh?
Hello. Is anybody having conversation in there? Good afternoon on a Friday. How's everybody doing?
Holy shit. That took fucking forever.
What is holy shit?
I had to deal with a guy. I had to do a tech support call with a guy that was 87 years old. Trying to talk tech with an 87-year-old.
What kind of tech?
It was just a duplicator machine, but it was like every other word he would say is, I can't hear you. Can you repeat that? I can't hear you. Can you repeat that? Can you speak up? And I'm like shouting into the phone. Fuck. Oh, treadmill Dano. Look at that.
This is just for Moon food, because I know how much he enjoys it.
You're jiggling for the camera.
That's right.
Wouldn't hurt me to step on one of those for a little while.
You can actually just go walking too. You don't need a treadmill.
No, I like the ones that actually have elevation on them.
Yeah, these do, as well as it's also 25 degrees outside and it's windy, which makes it feel like. So there's a wind chill. There's a wind chill of like 2.
Man.
No, I know. Where are you at?
Indoor workout place in Illinois. Northern Illinois.
Okay.
Geographically, he's up by Chicago-ish.
But yeah, I'm close to Wisconsin.
Okay.
Way up there.
Yeah.
Tonight on Kodiak Nights.
Yeah. I'm 30 minutes from Wisconsin. It's not just northern Wisconsin.
It warmed up here. It got to 37.
Woo-hoo. Actually, I went to watch Heavy Bees, and he must not have it going yet.
Yeah, he would have spammed the channel with a bunch of links. Probably by now.
Now, is this therapeutic or weight loss?
Well, I guess it's just, I guess I call it injury prevention for an upcoming training class I have. Now, let it be said that, yes, I could stand to lose a lot of weight.
Well, I don't know that.
But my primary reason for doing it is, A, I don't want to get injured.
Right.
And B, I want to be able to take advantage of the training that will be taking place, not sitting on the side nursing some injury.
What training are you going to?
To a fighting pistol, a tactical response.
Oh, okay. That sounds fun.
He's getting Jaeger bombs.
And it's just because of where I live, I have a tendency to get very inactive in the wintertime and get very much out of muscle-wise, get out of tone.
I know that. The only reason I mention it is because at physical therapy, they always make me do 10 minutes on the freaking treadmill. And I always tell them, I walk around. I can walk now,
Yeah. But I think the reason they have you do that there is so that before you do the other things, that from your ankles to your lower back, those muscles have been loosened up a little bit.
Yep.
By that short walk.
Yeah. That's what they do it for.
I mean, if you walk.
Go ahead, make excuses for the pain of physical therapy. Make excuses for the terrorist who loves inflicting pain. That's okay.
Oh, I did years of physical therapy.
Yep. But a couple years ago, had to learn to walk again. And then they just replaced my aortic artery with a synthetic artery. And so now I'm back in physical therapy to get the all my stomach muscles back and everything after surgery.
Yeah, that's a very long recuperative process.
Yeah, that's not the kind of thing. That's not positive attitude, man. Physical therapy, you gotta have positive attitude.
No, saying it's long is being realistic. That's neither negative nor positive. It's just stating a fact. It is long.
Oh man, I'm telling you.
I mean, and if you do it, you should have positive results.
I hate taking drugs, but I go to
Well, you and me both.
Physical therapy twice a week, and believe me, the minute I get home from physical therapy, I take a tramadol. You know? And because otherwise I won't get to sleep.
Yeah, well, that's a drug they've been using for alternative pain control purposes for a number of years.
Well, it does a good thing for me. It doesn't mess with my brain, and it just takes away the pain out of my legs.
Well, you're extremely fortunate that that works for you, because I know they like to start everybody off on that type of general medication for chronic long-term pain. Side effects, it doesn't necessarily work for everybody. And the reason I say it's positive is because you can still pass a urine test. Assuming that you didn't have anything else. Well, I'm saying, but let's say you were over-the-road driver and you had a CDL. You would have to.
Right, but I have a question is, what side effects are you talking about?
The extreme drowsiness.
Oh, I don't get drowsiness from it at all.
Another one was feeling like you have a knit hat on when you don't. It was really...
Well, that sounds more like gabapentin. Gabapentin messed with my brain and made...
Right, which is a generic of...
gabapentin.
Which is a generic of Neurontin. But yes, I've tried a fair number of the non-narcotic variations.
Yeah, I don't know. The tramadol seems to work well for me.
And that's all that matters, is it works for you. So, like I said, it's great when it works. Because now, especially if somebody's in a situation where they have to have a clean drop for their job. I mean, even though it's medical, that's not an out if you have to have a clean drop by law.
Right. Well, they're trying to convince me to take medical marijuana for my pain.
Right.
And I found that the tramadol works just fine, and I don't have to have my brain messed with. I can actually think. So I like that much better. Yeah,
I don't like that idea for that same reason. I mean, if somebody wants to recreational do something, that's up to them. But I'm not taking it. I would not be taking it for recreational reasons. So I have no interest in that potential side effect when I'm trying to be alert and orientated.
So you seem to know a little bit about different medications.
A few.
Do you do that for a living?
No, I'm a patient.
So you've had to go through the wonderfulness of the medical system, huh?
Yep. Every month I have to see my doctor. Doesn't matter how many decades I've been on medication. It's a requirement by law.
For what? What's the requirement for?
In order to receive the medication that I take, I have to see the doctor every month.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know. I don't want to get too personal. I was just It's always interesting to hear other people's medical experiences. Mine have been horrific and horrible in the most part. Physical therapy has been the best experience, actually, of everything. But
I didn't have a bad experience with physical therapy. It's just it didn't get me what I was told it would.
yeah, I went in for the surgery to replace the aortic artery. I reconnected it to my femoral arteries and returned the blood flow to my legs. And then they had an outbreak of viral pneumonia. So I was there for 10 days while the CDC had the hospital clamped down. I had viral pneumonia. Okay. And I started after the surgery. A nurse came and gave me a shot, and I asked her what she was giving me. And she said, "You don't need to know, just let me do my job."
What?
And
that's the immediate when you stop right there.
I went ballistic, and then I got dubbed as a bad patient. Okay. And then they put me in a private room because they didn't want me to, because I was an uncooperative patient. I said, okay. But I came out of surgery, went to intensive care, went to the regular floor like right away. I was all good. And then this all happened. And then I got pneumonia, got back into intensive care for 4 more days, and then back to the floor. And then I was the uncooperative patient that had to be, stuffed away somewhere.
Yeah, I always make a point of asking what are the potential side effects, even if rare, because they will, at least it depends on your physician. Some will say, this is what it's supposed to do, but be careful if you notice this, that, or the other. Some will just say, well, it's supposed to make you feel better in this way. Good luck.
Okay, well, what happened was the guy who did the surgery is just a vascular surgeon. And as far as he's concerned, his job was done. Okay? And the hospital physician took over. And they were giving me an IV antibiotics every 6 hours. It took about 2 hours for the IV to go through. And I kept asking, what is this? And they said it was an antibiotic. And at first I thought, well, I just had major surgery. What the hell, Then after a couple of days, I said, this is an awful lot of antibiotic. What doctor ordered this? Okay. And they said, we don't know. And I said, bullshit, go check the chart, And then they finally came and told me the CDC ordered it. Okay. That it wasn't a specific doctor, and that the entire hospital was locked down for the outbreak of viral pneumonia. So, yeah, I was all sorts of not happy.
Yeah, that had to be an extremely expensive to hold on to patients that were ready to be discharged that literally had to stay.
Oh,
and it makes you wonder, if you were ready for discharge, then who paid for those extra days that they required you to stay, even though you were ready for discharge?
My insurance company, because I got the bill afterwards a few days ago. For the hospital stay alone was $84,000.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Now, did they pay 100%?
Excuse me, it wasn't $184,000. Okay, for the hospital stay alone. No,
but did they pay 100%, or was it like a 90-10 or an 80-20?
No, because I had prepaid a deductible for the surgery. Okay, and when I pre-signed up for the hospital, So everything was covered from there on out. So I was 100% after that.
Okay, so
But
the
that doesn't
mandatory.
matter.
Well, I guess I'm asking the mandatory stay a few more days by the CDC. That did not cost you extra money.
It did not cost me extra money. It cost my insurance company extra money.
And of course, we all know the insurance companies never lose money. They just pass it along eventually back to us.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. So,
I mean, collectively, we all pay higher rates as a result.
well, what's worse than that is that the doctors, they used to get 17 cents on the dollar. Okay. Now with Obamacare, the doctors are only getting 15 cents on the dollar. Okay. Sometimes some are even lower. Okay. So they give you a $100,000 bill. The reality is that was really only $17,000 that they actually got from the insurance company.
Right.
Yeah. So in California years ago, they made a law that said that if the doctor charged less because you paid cash, then it was fraud against the insurance company.
Then it was what?
And it was fraud against the insurance company if the doctor charged less because you paid cash. Okay? So when I had my first child born 30 years ago, they explained this to me, and I said, great. And I went and started a insurance company, went back into the hospital and said, do you accept my insurance? And they said, okay, what is your payout? And I said, I'll pay you whatever Blue Cross pays you. And they said, well, for the birthing room, the hospital stay, because my wife wanted the whole, they had like these birthing rooms that were like regular rooms with a regular bed and all that, nice at the hospital, Back
Yep.
then, a woman was in the hospital for 3 days to have give birth. Okay. And without insurance, it would have, I think it was something like 8,000 without insurance. And I made a deal with them for $1,000 cash as my own insurance company. Okay, and that way I got around that law because that's all Blue Cross would pay. So I paid them the $1,000, and I did that with all of I have 4 children. They're all grown up now, but whenever we went to the hospital or whenever I went to the hospital, I presented my insurance company information, asked them if they accepted my insurance, went to their accounting department, explained the payout of the insurance, and when they accepted it, then I used that hospital. But then I went to a health savings account, which was fantastic. And then Obamacare killed the health savings account because it didn't provide. There were so many things in it that didn't provide for. At this point, we were done having children, so what did I care about childbirth?
Right.
Birth control. We didn't care. We didn't want that anymore. That was stuff we all handled on our own anyway. But my insurance company that I created did not cover that. So they considered it to be an unapproved insurance by Obamacare.
So that ended your insurance company that you had created.
It worked for years. I mean, for 20, 25 years. I mean, it was great. 20 years. I mean, I did it with my doctors. I did everything. And doctors said, a lot of people don't realize that what you pay in a deductible is all the doctor receives. Mm-hmm. So if you pay $35 for a deductible, that's all the doctor gets. The insurance company doesn't pay a damn dime more, even though the doctor visit's $100. And so I would go in and talk to the doctors, and this is my insurance company. Well, the doctors, they don't care about anything. You have to talk to their accounting people, you know, and you get approved by them, and you pay them their $35. I bet you get all sorts of nice, wonderful hospital bills.
Every month.
And is it covered by insurance?
Nope.
Oh no. Yeah, because they were talking about oxycodone or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, man, that messes
Right.
with the brain and puts you to sleep. I mean,
I would say it depends on the individual and their own biochemistry, as well as the type and level of pain that you're in. Let me give you a kind of a funny example. I went in many years ago after my children were born, and I had a vasectomy. And for those who are squeamish, you might want to turn your ears off. But you get a shot on the left and a shot on the right.
yep.
Now, those shots will make you just about stand up and just about scream for Jesus. Mine did. Now, I'm feeling no pain down there locally. Right up until he decides to cut in and go into the left side. And then, of course, the whole thing's got to be repeated again on the right side. But I went from feeling groggy in the head to stone cold sober in about 1 second.
Oh no.
Due to the pain level. Pain has a way of cutting through that, depending on how much you were given. So that's why I say it depends on the individual, as well as the kind and type of pain, as to whether it'll affect your head. Because I was a little bit loopy, and then I swear to God, I became stone cold sober in about 1 second.
So I'll tell you, I'll add to your story. My brother-in-law went in and had a vasectomy, and it didn't take. And my sister got pregnant again. And they went in, checked it. They said they redid it again the second time, and it grew back. Okay, and he had 3 vasectomies before it was all over.
The second time what? I lost you.
The second time it didn't take either.
Oh my.
She got pregnant again. Now, personally, of course, the doctors checked everything and they did everything and found out that he actually still was producing sperm and the whole bit. Okay. But my first thought was, telling my sister, what the hell are you doing when he's not looking? You know, I mean, the dude had a vasectomy and you're pregnant. You know?
That's nature's way of telling him that he has a purpose to serve in life.
There is some sort of message going on there.
Yeah. Go and populate the world. You have been given a gift.
Not, I don't know. We went the other way around. After the 4th one was born, right after the, you give birth, while they still have the epidural, they tie the tubes and be done with it.
I heard sometimes that doesn't always work too, though.
Yeah, well.
Better odds, though.
I don't know. My wife said she couldn't stand the thought of someone messing with my junk.
Yeah.
She said that would be more painful to her. You know? Of course, we've been married, 32 years now. So.
And for those men that have not witnessed live birth, the woman is literally open wide enough that there's no, how do I put this, after giving childbirth, there's no stretching to get to what needs to be gotten to.
Well, let me put it this way. If you're a man who has witnessed childbirth, okay, there's a psychological component. And the psychological component is that you're worried about visually, you see this baby's head coming out, and you're going to go stick something in there. Okay? So that kind of drops the psychological off for the 6 weeks, you know, of recovery for the female and the whole bit, because you're sitting there going, okay, I don't know if I can handle this shit.
Well, and then there's the mental, I guess it's all part of the same thing I guess we're talking about, but you look at things, or at least that thing, in a very different light.
Oh yeah.
And
the first baby that I delivered, the woman was hemorrhaging, and it was a very, very bloody delivery. And I was very hesitant about being around when my wife gave birth, because I still had that horrible vision of that going on. You know? But you know, life happens. Now, they're trying to say that for a woman to use a midwife instead of going to a hospital is child abuse.
That's bizarre thinking in my mind. I don't get that.
Neither do I. So, because women have been given birth and midwives and whatnot for thousands of freaking years, you know?
Yep. It's just a way to force you to come in and have to pay a bill.
Yeah. It's you know, guilt can be used as a tool for submission to a system. In this case, it's the medical system.
Well, to be fair, I mean, they're starting to loosen up on marijuana. They're starting to loosen up on the right to choose to end your life. So maybe they'll about face on that one eventually too.
No, this is a new thing. This is a Trump thing.
Oh.
Brand new. He just signed a bill saying that any U.S. nonprofit corporation that teaches birth control or abortion in any foreign country will lose their nonprofit status in the United States.
Oh, the Mexico City law.
Mm-hmm. And
in 30 seconds, give me a 30-second rundown of the Mexico City law.
You just did, actually.
I mean, women who just fly down there, have an abortion, and fly back?
Well, you can do an abortion here, so why go to Mexico City?
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, so there are Planned Parenthood clinics, nonprofit organizations in the United States that operate worldwide. And on a worldwide basis, they teach women that having an abortion may be better for them than having the child. And if you teach that, then you will lose your nonprofit status in the U.S. You can't, if you teach it inside the U.S., it's okay. But if you're a U.S. nonprofit and you teach it in a foreign country, then you lose your nonprofit status in the United States.
So is that what supposedly was happening in Mexico City?
I thought it was all over the world that it was happening. I did not know it was happening just in Mexico City.
It's just the name they gave it.
Yeah.
Well, hell, it's time for me to close up shop. on a Friday. Fantastic.
You got 15 minutes, mister.
Nope.
Get chop.
I have to start closing up now.
Oh, start closing up. What do you got to do? Log off your computer?
I got to shut down all the computers in the shop. I got to shut down my server, start up the phone system for the weekend process, get everyone to start cleaning up their area, and then lock the doors and set the alarm. So I will see you later.
All right. It was nice talking to you.
See ya.
Adios.
So now, how long is this run and gun course? How is it a few miles or is it a short course?
Well, it's 2 days long. It's
What I meant is how many miles?
I don't think they necessarily measure it. It's not like a mile sort of thing. In fact, the amount of movement, as far as like left, right, here, I don't really think that's the issue. For me, it's the issue of just running 20 feet and turning. I don't want to twist my ankle, twist my knee, that sort of a thing. On ground that's going to have gravel and shotgun shells and stuff that you're going to slip on. That might, so for me, it's trying to strengthen my joint muscles.
Oh, that's good. I mean, it's good that you've taken something you enjoyed and joined whatever sport was associated with it.
Well, it'll be interesting, and hopefully it'll be fun. I'm sure it will be.
Now, what type of firearms are you using?
Oh, it's going to be my concealed carry pistol.
Okay. And what concealed carry pistol do you have?
Oh, it's a Glock 26.
9mm?
Yep.
Cool.
So there's a certain amount of lecture and a certain amount of out on the range, and see, I also have difficulty standing for periods of time as a result of spinal surgery.
Right.
That did not go well. So the other goal is to see if I can extend that a little bit, as in combination with like bringing like a little, like when it's not my turn, sitting on one of those little trifold chairs.
Right.
So a combination of exercise beforehand, sitting in a chair when it's not my turn, to get the most that I can out of it.
That's how, we're talking 3-4 years ago when I had to get walking again, I was telling you. And my son took one of those folding chairs that are like a camp chair. And you just fold it up and stick it under your arm. And he took me to a gun show. And the gun show, the Great Reno show here, gun show, is every bit of 300,000 square feet. Okay.
Okay.
So
big giant place.
Takes a couple days to walk through it.
Right.
And we would go and I'd walk as far as I could walk. Maybe at that time I could walk 50 feet. And then he would open the chair up and I'd sit down for a while and let the spasms get out my back and whatnot. And then I'd talk to somebody at a booth or whatever, and we'd walk another 50 feet. So my entire incentive for walking and doing was at gun shows.
Right.
And the funny thing is, because I'm like the only one on gun channels that doesn't conceal carry, because I don't have a need to conceal carry.
Okay.
Oh,
and by the way, you're not the only one. It
Oh,
just
okay.
other people don't necessarily make it public.
Oh.
Because I know of a couple others that I know of that do not, for various reasons. But
Well, I had asked the question when I first came to the channel. People who conceal carry, why do you conceal carry? What is the need to conceal carry? And they got very upset with it, thinking I was some sort of
anti?
Democrat questioning. Yeah. And I'm going like, no, I'm not anti-gun. The truth of the matter is, growing up with guns and stuff, never thought of it. Okay? When I moved to Nevada, family members, bought shotguns and all sorts of stuff and gave it as housewarming gifts and all sorts of things. Okay? But I never really, I was in the military. It just never was that big of a thing. It was just a thing. It was like normal life to me. Okay?
Okay. Yep.
And so knowing about all the different types of firearms and everything, I really didn't know. Okay? Because I knew I had what I needed for the purposes I needed. Okay?
Right.
And so, yeah, they got quite upset at me. Well, what I was trying to do is I was trying to learn as to why are they doing certain things. Why do people want certain things?
Yeah.
And
I mean, it sounds like a very legitimate question, but I can see how somebody might misunderstand your intentions. But
yeah.
I certainly understand it, at least the way you've explained it to me.
Right. Well, I didn't get a chance per se to explain it too well in the beginning. I was just asking the question, and people got very upset with me asking the question because I thought maybe they lived in a particularly bad neighborhood. Okay. I mean, there might be very good reasons to conceal carry. Okay. I mean, there might be, you might be a, work with large sums of cash, or you might work at some place like that does like medical transportation of things. Okay, those are all good reasons to conceal carry. Okay, and because you can is also a good reason. But you've had children, okay? Having 4 children, the excuse of because I can has never been a good excuse in my household.
No,
okay?
But because I can for a child that is not capable of being responsible for themselves, nor do they have the intellectual capability of understanding what self-responsibility actually means, and an adult that does, are kind of two different things.
No, it is. And I agree. And I was trying to explain to people in the beginning, I defend anybody's right. You can, conceal carry. You can do whatever you want. I was trying to wonder why I might want to get my concealed carry, okay? Because I don't have any danger,
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and I'm not being argumentative. I'm just trying to explore the idea.
I love to hear other people's ideas.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. And the first couple are just based on me getting to understand you a little bit better.
Right.
Do you believe that there is a higher power in this world?
Yes,
either you do or you don't.
Yes,
go ahead.
But not the higher power you think.
Okay.
I am a deist. I am not.
Okay.
I'm not a Jew. I'm not a Muslim. I'm a deist.
Gotcha.
And I believe in a higher power.
Do you believe that nature always seeks to find balance?
Oh yeah, I've watched it. I made a career out of it.
Okay. Do you believe that in order for there to be good to exist, there must be evil?
I believe that we measure good by evil.
Sorry, could you say that again?
We measure good by evil. In other words, we look
Okay.
at evil and we say, this is evil, this is good, this is how we make an equation. Okay, the balance of the universe.
Okay.
And
So,
you
but
can't make that equation without having both.
Right. So you have to have a measuring stick. I understand that part. But so clearly you do understand in order to have good, you have to have evil, regardless of how you measure it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you believe that good does indeed have the real potential to be anywhere within our lives, within the world?
Okay. Being what I have gone through the last 6 years, I had a stroke.
Okay.
That's what initially set me off and had a walk. And I'm I'm functionally blind in one eye, and I have 40% vision in the other eye. Okay. And because of it all, I ended up where I couldn't walk. Okay. So that's why the first physical therapy was getting me walking and doing all sorts of things. Okay. I had people, like when I went to a doctor's office, open the door for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you getting to the question?
I'm getting to the question. I'm telling
Okay,
you.
gotcha. I'm just trying to follow you.
I'm trying to tell you the circumstances by which I'm going to say that I find that overall there is good everywhere, and most people are good. Most people, not all,
Okay.
most people are good in their nature, and I have found human kindness everywhere I have gone.
Okay, and I accept that. That seems perfectly reasonable. So,
and I'm not saying that just as a fancy. I'm telling you that my actual experience of recovery and everything else, that I've found human kindness everywhere I've gone.
Right, and of course, you can obviously, you're a smart individual. You can tell kind of where I'm going with this. So to flip that on its head, then evil must have the potential to exist anywhere within our lives and or the world. Would that be true or false?
No, I agree. And there are evil people. My particular situation, though, I'm in Nevada. Okay, I have 10 acres, and behind me is an entire mountain that is BLM. Okay, so I have a shooting range in my backyard. Okay, I traveled the world for a living, and now I just write at home. Okay. I open carry on my own land and anywhere for, rattlesnakes and any other animals. Okay. In fact, my whole area here is an open carry area. Okay, where I live. Okay. So if I go into the city, you go into the city to go to dinner or do something. Okay. But I'm not among lots of people on a regular basis. So my thing is, for me, I don't see that I have a need to conceal carry, because first of all, I don't trust my vision. I don't trust that I can see somebody doing something. It would take me too long to recognize if they were doing something for me to pull a weapon.
Okay. Let me try to summarize something, and you tell me whether this is essentially true or essentially false.
Sure.
Is that it's not that you don't think that you have the potential of becoming a victim, is you doubt your ability to safeguard yourself and not hurt an innocent in the process.
Correct.
Okay, that makes perfect sense to me. Now, granted, we had to go a long way around the barn to get there, but I understand.
Well, let me put it another way to you too. And this
Okay.
Okay. I'm 6'2". Okay. I used to be 235 pounds. Okay. I used to have 19-inch biceps. Okay. All right. All my suits were custom made to be able to actually fit my arms and my everything.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
I traveled all over the world for a living. Okay. And because of that, people ran away from me for my sheer size and my height. Okay? It wasn't until now, over the last 6 years, now I'm down to 185 pounds. Okay? I'm just starting to get my muscles back after this surgery. Okay? But I started really considering that, hey, I'm not that big, scary guy anymore. Okay? Nobody would ever walk in front of me before. Okay? I mean, especially like, Japan, China, Korea, I'm 6'2". People were scared in front of me, But here in the States, even that, I'm a big guy. So I've never been confronted with somebody being aggressive towards me.
Let me take it in a slightly different direction, since I think I think you've done a great job of letting me ask my questions as well as answering them. But as an example, let's say you go out to eat, and I'm assuming that whether it's once a year or twice a year or whatever, you do occasionally go out to have a nice dinner.
Right.
Okay. I don't want to assume, so I'm going to ask, are you still married?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Where is, the various questions I have asked you, and ultimately in the final answer, is your wife, in relatively speaking, in good health?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And she's deadly with a handgun. Damn, is she good with a handgun.
Okay. Now,
Jeez.
when you two go out together, does she conceal carry?
No.
Okay. Now, since we went through the whole, do you believe in good, do you around the world, and that whole sort of thing, applying those same questions to her, my question would be, why not? I'm assuming you're worth it to her.
Yeah. Well, this is her point of view, is that she doesn't want to have to live in a world where you have to conceal carry. She wants to live in a world where if you want to conceal carry, you can. Okay?
Yep.
And everything, but she doesn't want to live in a world where you have to.
Right. Let me just stop you right there for a second.
Yeah.
I am no longer married. I live with my son. And I like the idea of having the option to conceal carry. But the one thing I wouldn't want is to watch my son die because I chose not to live in another world, because I chose to do nothing.
Oh, I agree. But
so, granted, it's not analogous exactly to your situation, but it does have some parallels in regarding to one protecting the other because the other may not be able to for various reasons.
Yeah.
So I understand that she prefers not to live in the kind of world where you have to, but we don't have a choice of the world we live in, and we already answered the evil question, didn't we?
Oh, we did.
And where do you think she sits on the evil question?
Right. Well, we've been thinking a lot lately. And this was a couple years ago when I first joined Gun Channels.
Oh, wow, they're already done.
Okay.
Yeah, surgery, that's it.
And we've been thinking lately because the concealed carry classes are fantastic classes. Okay?
Wow.
And they're a lot of fun.
That's impressive.
So we've been thinking about maybe doing that to have if we wanted to. Just because, we want to do more, but it's a lot of people on Gun Channels gave me good reasons why concealed carrying is a good idea. Okay, and so we've been thinking about that, doing that maybe this summer, take the concealed carry. But California's our next door neighbor, so we can't. There's no
Reciprocity.
Reciprocity.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I had a feeling that there was, because on gun channels, and I may be wrong, but I have a feeling that you and I are one of a small group that believe in a higher power.
Yes,
At least
but
that's
my higher power is not a
we
human.
we may define it differently. That's why I leave it very open-ended as a higher power. Because if you believe in good, you must believe in evil.
Correct.
And
Yin and yang.
yeah, you can't have one without the other. You can't have hot without cold.
Correct.
And it would be interesting that I'm assuming, do you have open carry in your state without a permit?
No.
Okay, so you have to have something to either conceal or open. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but I guess the class, as a bare minimum, would be an activity that the two of you could do together and possibly enjoy.
Oh,
So why I'm so late today?
we enjoy, like I said, we have a shooting range in our backyard.
I sat at my desk
Okay,
and made
and I have a 300-yard range.
8th grade because I'm so tired.
So I enjoy, all of us enjoy, hell, like 4th of July, okay? We have what we call a turkey shoot. It's not really any turkeys. We have our whole target range and everything. We do a family competition for 2 days for Thanksgiving. All the kids will come home to visit and everything, and we'll do a whole competition right here at our own range. And we'll invite other people.
Well, I guess the question I would have for her, and of course she's not here, but is if she believes that, you know, that evil does exist, and it may in very different quantities, but it exists everywhere and around us. And because of your you know, physical difficulties, are you? I'm not sure how to phrase this next part, so I'll just say it and I'll let you kind of figure out what words. But why are you not worth guarding or helping in a time of very unlikely need? But the need, however small, is still there, regardless of how small it is.
Okay, so
Yeah. Well,
what happens when you become injured, when you have a stroke, okay? All of a sudden, everybody's taking care of you. And for like a couple of years, I was bedridden, okay? And they bring you food, they bring you coffee, they prop you up, they help you to, like, the living room to sit on the couch, and they bring you your computer and set you up with, you know, I have Netflix and I have Amazon Prime, and, you know, they do everything for you.
I understand you're sensitive to those terms. You can use a different term, however you want to frame that question. But the question is still valid nonetheless.
And I'm trying to explain the reason why. I won't let them because I was always the man of the house. Okay? And when I became injured, I became less than a man of the house. And for them to conceal carry to protect me is is my own psychological problem of saying, no, I still want to be the protector. Okay? So yes, your question is very valid, okay, for them. And my feelings and me recovering is like, now that I can walk and do everything better, I keep telling them, let me get better. Let me be healthy. Let me do all the things I used to do. Quit doing them for me. Okay. So it wasn't them thinking it was like them protecting me. If they had said that to me, I would have been very upset because I'm the man of the house. Okay. And I know that that's a little bit.
From 5 to 11.
Well, I mean, yes, there's many different roles to that, but there's also ego plays a role in that, and ego very rarely lets us make good decisions.
You're right, and I agree with you 100%. And it is ego, and it probably is not good decisions. You're right.
I mean, I spent 6 months before surgery using a walker, having women open the doors for me as I would enter and leave the building. I never got to the point of a wheelchair, but I was right about there come surgery time. And then for 3 months afterwards, I was right back in that walker again, like an 80-year-old man, 90-year-old man. So it's not like I don't get what you're saying, even though we have two different sets of issues. But that, you know, I'm a man, I should be able to live up to it. Yep, and I'm going to use the swear word. It fucking pisses me off that I cannot be the man as I've defined what a man should be. But that is no fault of my biology. And I cannot personally be blamed for my biology.
I agree.
So will I allow my ego to interfere with what seems like a logical decision? And the answer is either yes, I will, or no, I won't.
And I told you that I did let ego get in the way of me making logical decisions.
Right. So I guess the other question...
I understand what you're saying, and you are very valid in what you're saying. And so what I have told you, we're just looking at the okay, of if we both get our concealed carry, okay, that way it isn't me, it isn't her being a protector of me, even though that might be the truth. I still feel equal because we both have our concealed carry.
The one thing I would throw out there, and not today, not tomorrow, not even next week, but essentially every day that we wake up and we decide to continue thinking and doing the things that we've always done, we're reaffirming previous decisions. And we're not necessarily open to new ideas and new information that may or may not change our mind. It may not change our mind at all. It may reaffirm what we believe, or it may draw into question what we believe to be true. Is that I'll call it the big E instead of ego. But, you know,
no.
The big E doesn't have to be involved forever. After all time, for as long as you draw a breath. I mean, it can for today, it can for tomorrow, but every day that you wake up, you have the decision whether you want to let that continue or not, to make this particular decision for you.
Well, except, you know, I'm not covered here. You know, it's not like I'm looking, you know, like.
So, I mean, as long as I breathe, I have the potential to change for the positive. Unfortunately, I also have the potential to make a misstep and change in a direction that's not good for me. It's not good for others.
Right.
But as long as we're breathing, the ability to change is there.
I agree. I told my wife that adolescence is the age in which you stop asking questions because you know it all. And I said, I never want to have senior adolescence. Okay? You get older and all of a sudden you think you know it all because everything is fluid and everything changes in the world. Every day you learn something new.
It often amazes me when I'll call folks my age or north of where I'm at have not learned what they've lived, which is that change is inevitable and it's going to happen whether you like it or not. So you might as well keep, because to understand how that change is going to affect you and those that you love.
Yep. I agree.
Yet a lot of older people, even though
I'm only in my 50s. So having all this happen at such a young age was pretty unpredictable.
As well as I'm 55. I told you that it's a major cut to how we've defined ourselves as men.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And our abilities.
Absolutely.
As well as the role we take in the family, the role we take in the marriage, the role we take as a father.
Yep.
The role we take as a good employee. A good man does not shirk his responsibilities. I mean, there's all sorts of things like that hopefully, as we get older, we incorporate into ourselves. Not everyone does, but hopefully as time goes by, we get it after a period of time.
Yep. So where are you? I hear so much stuff in the background. Sounds like
Well, I'm just walking away from it right now, as a matter of fact, because I just finished. There was 2 ladies right next to me that were chatting up with each other. And I was on a walking machine, and between trying to walk and then trying to mute and unmute and mute and unmute, I didn't do a very good job trying to keep out the background noise.
No, it's okay. I just heard other people, and I didn't want to be interrupting.
Oh no.
Something else going on. You know what I mean?
That's why I usually, when I do my afternoon exercises, I usually try to tell people I'm in here that if the background noise is too high, let me know.
Right.
Because then I'll just mute myself the majority of the time.
Nah. It's all good.
But, this afternoon it was basically, me and you for the most part. Someone else was in here. Who else was in here? Oh, no, Sean Connery was in here for a while. Yeah. So, well, I am basically...
Are you getting healthier better now? Are you getting better now that you're walking better and doing better?
Well, I hesitate to say anything because I've only started a couple weeks ago. So once I feel that like I've gone for a week and I didn't even think about having to make sure that, I got to make sure to go. And because to me, that's the proof that it's a routine. It's part of my daily life.
Right.
Once I get to that point where I don't think about going to the gym, I just go and do it, and then I come home and continue on with my life. Then I'll feel more positive about saying like, oh yes, I'm on the road, I'm there, because I've learned not to say, I'm on the road to losing X amount of pounds or something like that too early. It's almost like crying wolf for a positive attribute that you have not yet earned.
Yeah. See, I got the opposite. I got to gain weight. I got to put muscle mass back on. I have to gain weight and put muscle mass back on. So it's sort of the opposite thing for me.
Well, I could do a couple of things, quite frankly. Obviously, lose the fat, in addition to strengthening the muscles around the joints. So that, darting, 20, 30 feet hither and yonder and backwards and so forth, that I maintain a solid balance and I'm not falling to the ground and I'm not injuring myself. That's number one, because if I can't prevent injuries, obviously I can't do anything else. Then I'll just constantly be in recovery mode. And the second thing is, I can't say I wouldn't mind shedding some weight. But I want to make sure I'm well on the goal to number one, avoiding an injury, before I entertain that as a goal. Right now, it's just a side benefit. But basically, I'm all done here, so I'm about to hop in my car here and head on back home. So it was nice talking to you.
Yeah, always interesting.
And certainly enjoyed asking you some questions and have a better understanding of where you're at. And it certainly makes sense to me as far as the concealed questions. And your feeling about it. It makes perfect sense. Both your question as well as your final answer. It's just that I think for me, I need for me to have a full understanding, I need more background information. Some people just don't like the answer. I'm not that way. It depends on the why.
Well, for a while there with all the testing and all that and everything and stuff,
yep.
I was going to see a doctor 2-3 times a week. Okay, and that was my only time that I left the house. Mm-hmm. And you can't carry in a hospital or a doctor's office.
Yep.
So, but
Yeah.
now
Oh, no.
I get to look forward to a whole new life. I get to look forward to a whole new thing, walking again and doing and going out and doing things. So when you look forward to the whole new life, you say, hey, there's some new things I could add to this life, and maybe concealed carrying will be one of them.
Well, I guess there's one final thing I'll throw out there to you, just as a thought, is and I was just speaking for myself. I have found that options in life are always good, regardless of whether I use those options or not.
I agree.
And having that permit in your wallet doesn't mean you ever have to do it, but it gives you the option to do it at any point in time.
Yeah, but
And options are nice.
there's another thing too, though, that if you've got a Nevada concealed carry and you go over to California, okay, the cops will pull you over because they know by your license plate that you have a concealed carry permit.
Okay. So they pull you over, and I'm talking about worst case they pull you over and they get your license, your license card, your registration, your insurance information. They ask you if you have a gun, and you tell them no because you were going to California, so you left it at home. And then they run a scan on your driver's license, and then a few minutes later they come back, they hand you your information, say thank you, have a good day.
Yeah.
I mean, unless I'm just being stupid, isn't that basically worst case scenario?
No. The worst case scenario is that every 5 miles you get pulled over. And that happened to me. Okay? For a different reason. Okay?
Okay.
And I had to go through the license and registration, the whole thing. Oh, well, you're okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So,
Okay.
that, to me, the worst case scenario is, and
But that was for that other reason. We're not talking about other things. We're talking about this. It's kind of like if you were swerving in the lanes. We're not talking about you got pulled over because you were swerving in the lanes. We're talking about you got pulled over solely because of your license plate.
Right. Yep. And I'm just saying that becomes a real pain in the butt.
Oh, sure. I have no doubt in that at all. It's a major hassle, as well as it kind of gets your heart going. I mean.
Yeah. I'm in Reno, Nevada, so I'm right on the 40 miles away is California border.
Right.
And,
so does your license plate look physically different from another Nevadian who does not carry?
No, they run your license plate like you have to go through the border checks, and they run your license plate.
So the potential for the situation that you described.
Yeah. So I'm saying is that if I want to go down to Los Angeles to visit family down there, okay, which I still have some family that lives over in Los Angeles, right? Okay. That's 350 miles.
Mm-hmm.
How many times do I want to get pulled over? Whereas
now I'm not going to say I'm not going to say that you did not have a very, very, very negative experience. But I guess I would wonder does that happen to everybody who concealed carries who goes from Nevada over to California every time?
I do not know.
I mean, I don't know. It's not like this is a question with a trap in it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it's happening, I mean, I assume that it would be at some point once a year, or once every couple of months in your local newspaper, if people were consistently getting harassed every time they crossed the Colorado border.
Right. See, now you can drive from Nevada over to Utah and anywhere else and have no problem whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
It's just California that is super anti-gun.
Mm-hmm.
That people have, a problem.
Right. And I don't doubt that at all. I got you on that. I guess I'm just questioning how often does it happen on average to the general public? Obviously, you had a really bad day that day with multiple pullovers.
Yeah. But you
But
were
this,
just going to go, and you were done eating and everything, and you were going to go. So I'll let you go.
yep, okay. Yeah, I'm actually sitting here at the table, kind of watching TV and talking to you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were done and whatnot, and I was holding you up.
Well, I am. I'm sitting at the exercise place.
Yeah.
So, but all right, I'll let you go.
Oh,
All right,
it didn't matter to me. I don't have. Today's Friday. Okay. And you know, I don't have any real big. That's why I came on here and see how people were doing, and
right.
it's always nice.
Yeah, I need to go take a shower, make my dinner, and then go to work.
What do you do?
I do Uber and Lyft driving. It's kind of like a taxi cab thing.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
So,
I know what it is. That's very cool. That's very cool.
But anyway, like I said, I need to go take a shower and get something to eat before I go do that. Because people are going to want to go out and go to the restaurant, go to the bar, etc. So,
right.
All right, Theodore, I will let you go. You have a good evening.
Hey, yeah, and it was very nice talking to you.
Yep, same here.
Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Hey, the lobby's still open. Awesome. No one's in here though. That sucks. Here's the lobby. Give the link so people can join. Yay, lobby. Here we go. Join the lobby. Do it now. There you go, Squib.
Thanks.
Though, since I'm hosting lobby, I reserve the right to kick your ass out.
I walked into that one.
You walked into that one like you were walking in a minefield.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just messing with you. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Flippy, I might, but not you.
No, you know what? Sometimes when I've been hearing chats or lobbies or shows or in the 14, 15 months I've been listening to gun channels, sometimes I can't tell if people are giving each other shit or they're really trying to, I don't know what it is. I notice though that people will come right back on the next day and it's they might joke about it or whatever, which is that's guys. That's how we are. So
Now that's just you'll if you hang around long enough, you'll know when we're kidding with each other and when we're actually being serious and trying to be, well, how do I say this? Considerate.
Yeah.
And I was trying to be considerate if someone had let me finish. God damn it.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking of it like this. If somebody's listening for the first time today, or they've only been listening for a few weeks or a few months, like I was not long ago, and didn't know the difference, maybe a little clarification. I mean, I don't want to be all politically correct or, we all need to hold hands and kumbaya, none of that garbage. I don't think we're all thin-skinned here. So too much of that going on in this country.
Uh-huh. So I'm not roboting or anything, am I?
No, you're not roboting. I saw that you muted there.
Yeah. Because I was coughing. Allergies.
To your cat?
No, I'm not allergic to the cat.
That would be irony.
The irony. You're allergic to your cat. No, I'm not allergic to my cat. No, I just have regular allergies. So if there's a lot of dust or if there's a lot of pollen or shit outside, I cannot function as a person. I just literally can't
You're not
function.
allergic to palmettos.
Palmetto trees?
Yeah, I hope you're not allergic to those.
Well, I don't have any in my yard. All I have is, hardwood trees and, pine trees.
As close as you are to the coast?
I'm actually not that close to the coast.
No? Oh, okay.
No, I am far away from the coast. I didn't even have to evacuate during the hurricane.
When I lived in North Carolina, most of the time we were 16 miles inland or more, and that was usually enough that we didn't have to evacuate. The power would go out or one of the roads would flood or something like that, and we'd be stuck at home. But it's the people on the beach who get it bad.
My house was actually just outside of, that hurricane that just went through Charleston just last year. My house, and the area where my house is, was just right outside of the red zone, the evacuation zone. So I didn't have to leave.
Yeah, when people who've never lived on the coast see the hurricanes on the news, they go, "Oh, it's terrible, it's terrible," and then they talk about how much money all the damage costs. But what they're not thinking of is how much does a beach house cost? Multiply that by 1,000 beach houses, and that's where all your money comes from. I'm not saying that people don't ever get flooded out or tornadoes don't do damage or things like that, but you don't really have to be that far inland for your average hurricane. I mean, if it's a really, really powerful hurricane, or it sticks around too long, or you are near somewhere that's going to flood, then, you are going to get in trouble. But for the most part, if you've got a fairly sturdy house and you take the normal precautions, It's not that bad. It's just like out in California. People who've never been in an earthquake think earthquakes are just, oh, they're so terrible. No, they're really not that bad. That's why people don't leave. Wildfires, same thing. If you have to deal with it, yes, it's bad, and things can happen. People can get trapped in them and all that. But if you're in an area that's prone to whatever, I mean, I'm sure somebody who's never been in snow would probably be afraid to drive in Michigan, even though there's not a lot of. I mean,
I hate
once
snow.
you get used to it, I don't care for it either. I used to, but I don't anymore. I'm too old for that. You go outside and shovel a foot of snow and then feel it in your back later and realize that you're not 25 anymore. And yeah.
Yeah. No, I was shoveling snow in high school. I went to high school in Kentucky, okay? I know snow.
Wait a minute. I thought you're from Arizona.
I am. I've lived on the East and West Coast. More than once. I'm originally from Arizona. I've got the birth certificate to prove it. In case there are any birthers out there that don't believe I'm from Arizona.
I was about to say that, but yeah, we're on the same page here.
I know there's people out there.
Has anybody ever accused you of not being real?
No, I've never heard that one before. I have actually turned my camera on a couple times so people know what I look like.
No, isn't it the guy from Finland doesn't think Flippy's real?
I don't know. I honestly don't know what to say about Mika, because he's his own interesting person. That's all I can say.
Well, he's from Europe. I work with Europeans all day long. They've just got a different perspective. Most of the ones I work with are pretty rude, but it's just a difference in culture.
Yep, and that's all we'll say on that.
Yeah. And I don't do it because I prefer working with Europeans. I do it because it pays.
Yeah, well, good luck.
Yeah.
Anyways, so let's see what's going on. What's going on?
Okay. The early show today. Did you open that one up, or did Sean Connery open that one up today?
I did the early watch this morning, and then Sean went and because I bugged out because I went to get lunch for the family. He went. The Night Strike is slacking on the early watch. And then I went and started the early lobby, which we're in, and I said, Night Strike is not slacking. Edition.
All right, I'm trying to find it here on YouTube. Let's see. Today was 54?
No, I think today was 55.
Maybe it's not on here yet. I was hard at work today, so I'd like to. Here it is. I'd like to download it so I can listen to it tomorrow while I'm at work.
You're not missing much. Now, if it was hit or miss, you totally missed it. You missed it.
No, I was on hit or miss this week.
Shit, you're not supposed to tell everyone.
Well, I weaseled in. I mean, I weaseled on to 3 shows this week. But I don't think I could do that every week, or anybody would allow me.
Dude, there was one week where I not only, in the span of a week, I not only weaseled my way into match chat, I weaseled my way into into Stone Guys chat. Then I was able to weasel my way into Yankees chat, and I was on Edge's chat.
Wow.
And this is before Heavy V started his chat. So, I was on all the chats.
Well,
Now
doing the
I
early
just got
watch,
links.
doing the early watch in addition to hit or miss says probably wearing you out.
Yeah, I want to go and sleep right now, actually, but there's more chats that are happening tonight, and I kind of want to get on the AR-15 chat. So, but if I get on the AR-15 chat, eventually Edge is going to start his chat, and then I'm going to get an invite from Edge, him saying, "Yeah, I need you on Edge of the Week." So, there you go. It's like I'm staying up late tonight.
Yeah, I guess this is the downside to being in the Eastern time zone. Most of the guys are Central Mountain or Pacific.
So, it happens. What's one Friday night as opposed to an entire week of doing the early watch? I don't want to have to wake up early again next week. I want to sleep in, damn it.
Is Jimmy James working something temporarily, or is this his new job? Because I heard what happened with his last job, which is bullshit, but whatever.
Yeah, no, his new job is he's not having a new job. This is it was a temporary work situation with his brother-in-law, I believe, just so he could get some money to skate by for a little while.
Well, that's not bad.
It's, temporary. But I'm not doing it next week. So there we go. Watch, I'll get a message from Jimmy saying, "Hey, I need you to do next week too." And I'm like, "God damn it." I just have that feeling that I'm going to get roped into doing next week too.
It's because you're a humanitarian.
What the hell? No way.
You care. You care.
Okay, I just came in here to say that I got a real problem with this National Chocolate Cake Day thing.
I've got a problem with it too because there's too many glutens.
It's very unfair.
Ask Knives. He'll say chocolate. I can't do it.
Chocolate.
It doesn't take into account
that's better.
all of the non-chocolate contingents.
Super cake.
Oh.
Did you have to run to the gas station to get it?
I propose that we replace Chocolate Cake Day with Zebra Cake Day.
With Zebra Cake Day?
It's the only cake that equally distributes the socioeconomic values of our country.
50 cents.
Everyone gets observed. Everyone gets a say.
Everyone gets a piece for 50 cents.
Everyone's represented. Social justice, people.
You know what? Take your social justice warrior bullshit and skedaddle.
Now hold up. It's brown and white on the outside, but what color is it on the inside? Is it yellow cake? Is
That's
it red
racist.
velvet?
That's racist.
Oh, I thought you were trying to
you guessed
represent
it.
everybody.
It's all in there, buddy. It's all in there.
See, we're covered. Nobody is offended by this cake.
I'm so triggered right now.
You got to cover your bases.
I'm just fucking around. I'm not being serious
Hey,
at all.
somebody's gonna say, "Hey, what about us?" Oh, here you are.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, I got the early watch downloaded. Now you will keep me company while I chisel grout.
I'm so sorry.
Should I not have any expectations?
Honestly, if you don't have any expectation, I don't have any expectations. Do you know why? Because if you don't have any expectations, no one can ever let you down.
Okay.
I know it sounds depressing, but it's true.
Yeah, I need to go eat a zebra cake now to feel better.
Well, I wish I had some, actually. I don't know if they even sell zebra cake in South Carolina.
That's the most sugar I've had in like 2 months.
You don't drink soda?
I can feel it just instantaneously etching away the enamel on my teeth.
You're not doing it right then.
No, that's what you got dental insurance for. You're fine. Keep going.
It's got that insulin spike going. It's starting to get a little bit of the shakes. Oh.
All right, that's enough spamming that link. So when's the next chat?
It'll be the AR-15 chat, right?
Yeah, what time is that supposed to be at?
Well, let's see. G-Web's put in a short video on it. AR-15 build live tonight. We have to get past the World of Tanks ad. Skip the video. Okay.
I haven't played that game in forever.
Live tonight. Show more. 8 p.m. Mountain? 8 p.m. Mountain. So 10 p.m. Eastern. 3 hours. He's got a carbon fiber handguard. You'll like that.
Ooh, carbon fiber.
Omni hybrid lower. I saw one of those in Knoxville earlier this month. It's got a metal frame. It's a polymer, but it's got a metal reinforcement.
I got a carbon fiber lower.
Yeah. Does that have any metal reinforcement or no?
I don't know. It's Integra Arms. It was $35. That's all I paid. I didn't even have to pay shipping. So I have no idea. I just threw a PSA upper on it and called it done. I think I may eventually sell it. Just because I really don't need it.
When are you going to
You've
get
got
an
other
aluminum
ARs?
lower?
Huh?
I said, when are you going to get an aluminum lower?
Oh, me?
Aluminum. Yes, you.
I've got got several aluminum lowers. Like,
Oh,
I've got tons of Anderson lowers.
oh. What about Smeggy, your better half? What,
Don't you dare finish that sentence.
what kind of, does he have an AR-15?
Yeah, he's got ARs, and they're all aluminum lowers. I mean,
Okay.
I've also got a couple, ghost guns that are, polymer. I don't talk about those, and I don't count those most of the time, just because the factor that not all of them are done, and half of them are just, builds.
So here, quick question. You build your own lower, then you keep it for a while, and maybe you die. And then what happens? Somebody takes that lower, and do they have to then put a serial number on it?
I have no idea on 80% lowers that have been finished. So, but here's the thing:
I would think you would have to get an FFL involved at some point.
So basically, anytime you're going to want to transfer that, well, that makes sense because if you were to sell it, it would then be like an in circulation firearm, and you'd want to know what the serial number was for your own records. And so
maybe it would have to be destroyed. And I don't know if you would have to have the SSL record that it was destroyed, or law enforcement.
Yeah, you're right, because otherwise you'd be a manufacturer.
Guys, how are you going to record something destroyed if it doesn't have a serial number in the first place?
That's why I'm saying if you had somebody who was almost like a notary public for the ATF, either the local law enforcement or the nearest ATF office, or an FSL, or somebody who was able to say, I witnessed this, or you chop it up and hand it to him and be like, here, man, file this away. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm not sure, but I'm sure there's got to be some sort of legal disposal process if you cannot serialize it. And I wouldn't think that if you built one for yourself, my understanding was you can never sell it or anything.
But I guess you can serialize it if you're going to keep it, just for your own.
If you're going to keep it, you can serialize it with your name on it and whatnot. You're not required to, but
in case it gets stolen or whatnot.
Yeah.
But what if you inherit it?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was asking. Just seems like there's a gray area there that, it would be nice. I mean, if you do build a bunch and then like you want to get rid of it, or you have, like I say, if you become critically injured and you have to sell everything, what if you're in a hospital? There's issues there. Heavy B was just talking about his friend who's in a motorcycle accident. So, I mean, these things happen.
I mean, I suppose a power of attorney might be necessary. I mean, once again, I'm just guessing.
I feel like maybe they could be purchased by a firearms manufacturer who has that FFL license, and then they could serialize them or sell them, perhaps.
They might not want to do that just because the way they get audited and how hard the ATF comes down on them if they're one serial number off or anything. I mean, I've heard some stories about how they've had defective ones go down the line, and they pull those serial numbers because they're not shipping them out to the public.
Yeah.
And the ATF comes in and goes, "Hey, where are these guns at?" And they're like, "Well, these were rejected, and because the serial number is missing off of a list." I don't understand how that works exactly, but I've heard stuff along those lines.
Yeah, and they probably wouldn't want to sell like homemade lowers. So.
Oh, for liability? Yeah, that's a whole nother. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's an interesting thing. There's got to be a lot of these things in the U.S. now in private hands. And at some point, there's potential for them to get transferred one way or another.
Well, I've considered getting.
Yeah.
I've considered getting an 80% or one of those castings, but not to make into anything, just to keep as part of my AR-15 collection, because it represents how this thing starts out. I suppose, because they're not that expensive and because it could be turned into a lower receiver, that's what would make it collectible for me. But as far as ever wanting to build one up, why, when you can, right now, if somebody did it, they're not saving themselves any money. There's nothing wrong with doing it, but for me, I would have one just to have it, or I'd probably put it on my reload bench as just another knickknack. So, I don't see the harm in having one, whether or not you just have it to have, or if you actually build something out of it. But yeah, when it comes to how to dispose of it, that's a tricky situation.
Hey, so nightstryke, when you were looking into FFLs, did you happen to look into the manufacturer's license and see how much that would cost?
I've looked into it. It actually costs less to register as a manufacturer as far as just the FFL license itself, but it costs more in the long run, because while yes you file as an FFL instead of a dealer, the issue is, because you file as an FFL, you're required to pay the ITAR export fee, even if you're only making firearms here in the United States for American citizens. You are still required to pay an export fee, which is like $2,500.
That blows.
You know what? So that's why I haven't registered or done any paperwork or anything. But next week, if Native Gun is available, we're going to talk about FFLs on Hit or Miss. Because I know a bit about it, but he's an FFL over in middle of nowhere in Indiana.
You forgot to say Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, Hit or Miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock. Not that I really need to publicize it. Everybody knows.
Yeah, I've thought about getting an FFL just to, maybe even just a curio and relic, just so I could more easily buy some of those antiques and start a collection of those. Get my foot in the door that way and just see, I don't think there's any real commitment to curio and relic license. Although, again, you can't sell the guns that you purchase.
The problem with curio and relic is you're only allowed to sell one or two of them at a time. Like, I think once a year. And then that's just because, you have that license as a collector. You collect them. You're not supposed to be selling them off and buying them in mass. So, that's what a CNR is for. Now, if you want to be a dealer, then you get a dealer license. And, you can buy as many and sell as much as you want, as long as you do all the paperwork and whatnot. Now, a manufacturer, you manufacture. So you can take those lowers that you have completed from like 80% or even from like a full brick of aluminum and, serialize them and then sell them. And that's what I want to do. I just want to make ARs.
And silencers.
And silencers and 1911s.
Any ambition to make ammunition? Whoa, ammunition. I didn't mean to do that.
Ammunition. Well, here's the thing. If you register as a Type 7, that is a manufacturer of firearms and ammunition. So maybe at some point down the line, yes. But the thing is, I need an actual building to register the company out of first, because I'm not doing it out of my house. I don't want them inspecting my house.
Are you sure that by putting it in a separate building, even far away from your house, that excludes your house from ever being inspected? I've heard that they can just come into your house, even if you don't keep anything in your house, your office, nothing is in your house, they can still go to your house.
Separate properties.
You're positive?
Pretty damn sure.
Okay. Now, I've heard that if you have an FFL and you want to sell one of your personal firearms, owner to owner, you can without going through all the FFL crap, as long as you have owned that firearm a minimum of 1 year. So that means that you don't get a shipment into the store and you sell it to yourself wholesale, and then you walk across the street and you sell it to somebody for $100 more. You'd be selling the shotgun that you've had before you started your FFL or something like that.
Yeah, I would keep all of my guns private. I would keep them private and separate from my business. And if I bought guns, I'd buy guns either as just the normal person instead of an FFL. Just because I don't want to have the chance that, my FFL could be taken away.
Yeah.
I mean, no offense, I love to go and buy guns for myself as an FFL, but the issue is there is just too much scrutiny there that they could go after you for, and it's better just to go and just fill out a 4473 or just have them check a concealed weapons permit, every time you go and buy a gun instead, just because the factor, I do not want to get my FFL taken away, and I do not want to open myself up to an investigation.
No, you don't want to deal with that drama.
I mean, if you want to deal with that drama, go ahead. I mean, be my guest. I'll even open the door for you.
No thanks.
But, right now, no, not at all.
So as of right now, the ATF is not allowing kitchen FFLs, right?
Kitchen table FFLs, at least that's what I heard.
Yeah. So you'd have to have a building no matter what.
So, I mean, I don't even have a decent area to do any sort of work because I don't have a garage. I got a carport.
Do you remember offhand what the annual fee for just a regular FFL is? Dealer FFL?
A dealer? No, I can look it up for you, though.
I imagine it's just a few $100 a year.
I think dealers is $200. Manufacturers are $150.
But you got to pay a $2,500 fee every year for ITAR?
For ITAR, I don't know if it's 25 or it's 2250 or what it is, but it's in the 2000s, and I don't want to have to deal with that. And speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, Native, are you type 1 or are you type 7?
Type 1.
Type 1, okay.
And the cost, the initial cost of a dealer FFL is $200 for 3 years. After the first 3 years, it's $90 every 3 years.
Yeah, the only thing is I want to be a type 7 instead of a type 1.
Yeah, I would imagine it's the same price, but I'm not sure.
Now, type 7s are $150, but the thing is, it's you got to pay the ITAR fee.
Now, is that for the first license? Because with the type 1, the first license costs, the 200, and then after that, it's $30 a year.
I don't know if it's every year or if it's just every 3 years. I
Yeah.
haven't done too much research in it.
Yeah, the
because
license lasts for 3 years, and it's after the first license, it's $90 for 3 years.
it's 150 every 3 years.
Oh, okay.
So, well, yeah, you do better off going a Type 1, but with a Type 7, guess what? You're a manufacturer of firearms and ammunition. One, yeah, you have to pay the ITAR fee, which is a bitch, but Type 7s can also deal as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the added bonus. You can deal, you can manufacture ammunition and firearms. No undestructed devices. You got to get the separate FFL for that. Or not separate FFL. You got to get the, what do they call it? The special occupation tax?
Yeah.
You got to get that in order to do restricted devices. But, I would still want to be a Type 7.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, there would be a benefit to that.
It's more money, but what I'm looking at doing is I'm not looking at just here's the thing. Even if you're buying all the AR-15 parts and just assembling them, you still have to register as a 7.
Mm-hmm.
Because technically, I guess under the ATF's current administration, it's seen as manufacturing, even though you're only assembling. So, that's what I would do. Is I would either I would like to make my own lower receivers and serialize them, and then just assemble them into actual rifles and sell them. Maybe do a couple customs with the Gun Channels logo on them or something, just as a special thing. Not really selling them, but just as a, hey, it's a Gun Channels AR.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Of course, I'd have to get permission from G-Webs to do something like that first.
Yeah.
Because, all rights reserved and whatnot. But as long as I'm not trying to make any money off of it, he might not mind. But it all depends on what he says.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm looking at. Hopefully one day I'll be able to do it. But right now, no go. I need a separate building.
What I think would be great about if you started manufacturing is I think you would actually make guns people want instead of making guns that your marketing department tells you people want.
Well, I also have a couple designs that I'm looking at doing. Like, I'm trying to figure out a way of which I can modernize the Lamont pistol or the revolver.
Oh.
The 9-shot revolver with the shotgun barrel. I'm trying to figure out a way I can do that legally. And I'm probably going to have to go the way Taurus did, where they just chambered it in 45, and then allowed shotgun, allowed 410 to be chambered.
Well, what's the issue? The short barrel?
No, it's the short barrel shotgun, and the factor that a pistol can't be a shotgun and a pistol. It can only be one or the other. So there's a couple ways with that. But I'm working on that. I would build primarily. I'd just build 1911s and AR-15s.
But would you build variations on that, or?
I think I would just. What I'm doing is I just build, just to sell them and make money as a business. I would just build them and sell them, and then if anybody asked or called my business, asking me to do custom work, I would do custom work on request. Just because there's, you can charge more for that. But, first I have to actually start going and doing business and selling things first. I mean, Native, you do just a lot of transfers, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
You don't have a retail store, do you?
Not per se. It's open. I have regular business hours, but no, it's not a regular retail store.
So you're just strictly an FFL transfer.
Well, no, I sell new guns as well, but I do it by
So you sell
special.
new ones.
Right, but I do it by special order. I keep a few guns in stock, but basically it's special order.
And every gun you have in stock, you have to have in your logs.
Yes, you have to keep a record of those. They're in your bound book.
Yeah, there's no exceptions to that. Everything must be logged, otherwise the ATF can get your ass on that.
Right, everything that is in stock for this business has to be logged.
But that's only pertaining to firearms. That doesn't pertain to accessories or anything that's not serialized.
No, just the serialized firearms.
Yeah. So I want to go into more depth and detail on this on Tuesday, so I'm trying not to go over too much of it. Otherwise,
Sure.
I'll have nothing to talk about.
Yeah, I just hope I can answer your questions. I'm sure there's some that I won't be able to, but I'll do my best.
Well, if we had another gun channels guy that was a Type 7, it would help immensely, but we don't.
Mm-hmm.
So I do what I can.
Yeah, after I retire, I might consider that. Right now, I just don't have the extra time to devote to it.
Granted, though, there's a bit of investment in for the Type 7 because every 3 years it's 150, and then you have to pay that ITAR fee. And as far as I know, that ITAR fee is every year.
Now, how much is that?
That's up to 50. That's up to making 50 firearms.
Okay.
If you go over, you have to pay additional ITAR fee.
Yeah, and how much is that?
It's dependent on how many you make.
Oh, okay.
I think it's case by case basis.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually gonna look it up. It's $2,250 per year, up to 50. Up to 50.
Okay.
And after that, it's not saying here.
Why would you have to pay that fee if you're not exporting any firearms?
I don't know, but apparently some liberal thought they could ruin the gun business by saying, "Oh, you got to pay an export fee even if you're only selling in the United States." International Traffic and Arms Regulation. I think it's only there to screw you over, honestly.
Yeah.
Or it's just done to make sure that the people that register stick to business and not just do, personal stuff.
Yeah, that's a pretty hefty fee.
I mean, because I don't want to just stop at just the Type 7. I also want to be able to apply for the special occupation tax so I can manufacture the dreaded machine gun. Oh my. Because there's a market for it, especially with law enforcement.
I'm always curious to know how many law enforcement agencies have full auto weapons.
I would
like
say
in the U.S.
I would say a lot of them do.
Like local law enforcement.
Yeah. Why not? If they don't have them, they want to be able to buy them.
They're more likely to shoot innocent bystanders.
The same could be said about concealed carriers. They're more likely to shoot innocent bystanders than they are, the criminals.
Yeah, but you're not concealed carrying a machine gun. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. I would love to, but I could never get away with that. I so badly want a Beretta 93R.
Now, if some local law enforcement in Chicago would like full auto weapons, I can fully understand that. And I fully expect the feds to be carrying full auto weapons when they go into Chicago and investigate some of the causes of the violence there.
I don't mean to be mean, but Chicago brought this on themselves, and I don't care about Chicago.
Yeah, it's all the Thompson machine gun's fault.
No, it's all Chicago's fault for bad gun laws.
They hadn't invented that typewriter back in the 20s.
It's all Chicago's fault for electing liberals that only let criminals off and other liberals instead of actually enforcing the laws on the criminals and making their sentences so bad that they never get out of jail. Because if they don't get out of jail, they can't commit more crime. If they can't commit more crime, less people die. Oh my God, what a concept.
But we are the United States of America, and we can't just cast Illinois to the wayside.
Yeah, we can't just throw people in the gulag and, forget about them. What's going on, Squib?
I'm playing with this monitor. I'm not technologically savvy. I was going to try to activate my webcam.
Why would you do such an awful thing?
So I can wave my Lamat in your face.
All right. Is that the black powder one?
Here, this is the best I can do. I can put on half cock and spin a cylinder.
You got to turn your camera on. It's not on.
Yeah, I went into settings a couple times and tried to do that, and wasn't working. So I'm sure I disabled something at some point because I never thought I'd use the thing. So I did it to myself.
You only have yourself to blame.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And that's a black powder.
I was gonna, yeah, but it's fun to shoot. I haven't shot it in 15 years, but
who makes that one? Is that New Birdie or is that the Pieta or?
Let's see here. Who did make this one? I bought it at Dixie Gunworks in Tennessee. So, I'm not sure. I'm looking at the. Oh, here we go. It is Pieta.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Pieta. Yeah. I need to take this thing out and shoot it. I was trying to shoot my walker a couple weeks ago, and it was so dang cold and it's so slow to load that by the time I got all 6 cylinders loaded, my hands were frozen because you can't load one with gloves on.
Well, you know, if you ever want to sell it, let me know.
What, my Lamad?
Yeah, or the walker.
I couldn't replace it or the walker. Well, the walker, they had those on sale at Cabela's, and now they're on sale at.
I live on the east.
Sent a flyer to me. Midway. They're on sale at Midway now.
I live on the East Coast, and the problem is the closest Cabela's, the only one in state, is in Greenville, and that's near the border with Tennessee. And I live where the beach is, so there's a good 200 or 300 miles at least right there.
Well, yeah, but it's black powder. You can have it shipped to you, so you could order one from Midway USA, or I would just go to DixieGunworks.com. Go there. I mean, they'll hook you up with everything. Those guys are great.
Yeah, but it's just getting the money to do so. Because the Lamonts didn't used to cost that much, and then just out of nowhere, the prices on those went up.
Yeah,
I guess more exposure.
That's for sure. I got mine when it was about half the price they are today. I got lucky because I can tell you there's a lot of things I've got that I've heard other people on gun channels say that they paid a lot less for because they were buying when I wasn't. So, you know, sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you don't. But now, see, if they lifted the NFA, you could manufacture them. That would be cartridge conversions. And, I mean, you could make the shotgun barrel tilt out to the side and just breech load it, I suppose. Or make it slide forward like an M203 or something.
Yeah, the issue is with the way the ATF laws and rulings are, you literally have to just make it a 45 caliber and just, you know, you just allow 410 to be able to be chambered and used in it, and as well as 45, and then there you go, you have your Lamont. Granted, it's not, you know, a 16 or 20 gauge, but at the same time, you know, it's the best you can do.
Why couldn't you make the shotgun barrel slide forward? You put in a 16 or 20 gauge shell, you slide back, you lock it, and I guess. Well, how do you get the trigger?
Because of the 18 and a half inches. Because of the 18 and a half inches.
No, I'm saying, let's throw the NFA out. Okay, let's say it got repealed, and then you're free for all to make these things.
Man, then you know what? The research and development would go through the roof.
Yeah, because getting the hammer to go through, I mean, the frame, the cylinder, and all that. I mean, it's not quite that easy.
It would be like a built-in M203 shotgun.
Yeah. You'd have to come up with something, but the thing would be awful big.
It wouldn't have to be, depending on the cartridge and the type of gauge. I mean, 410's good, but it's not the best, I'll give you that. So maybe going a little higher, maybe something in, I don't know, 20?
I'm just thinking, if you make a modern, it can't, I don't think it could dimensionally match the original. I think you'd have to do a modern rendition on it, so it wouldn't even look like an old.
Well, that's the point.
It would look like a.
Yeah, it would look a little different, because they did make center fire Lamont revolvers in Belgium. At the turn of the century. In the early 1900s, but they were like an 8mm. Or no, I think it was 12. Still 9-shot revolvers with shotgun barrel.
So I missed the beginning of this. What were you guys trying to design?
Trying to redesign the Lamont pistol.
Would you call it Lamont?
Lamont, however you say it. Probably the greatest revolver of the Civil War, besides the Army or the Navy, and that is the 1851.
So it's a musket type thing?
No, I'll
Civil
give you.
War?
It's cap and ball, yeah.
Mm.
Let's see. I'll show you an image of it. That's a good image. Here, this is from Wikipedia, but there you go.
Where are we?
There we go, side chat.
Oh, okay. Wow. And that's
It was-
cap and ball?
Yeah, it was used by cavalry troops in the Civil War for the
That's
Confederates.
beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. You see that barrel underneath it? That's a shotgun barrel.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. They called it a grape shot revolver.
Yep.
They used to make one that was 20 gauge shotgun underneath like that, and 22 upper. It was a regular firearm. In the I saw a guy with a collection of them. I think they quit making them in the 70s.
Because of the NFA.
Well, no, there's a new company that just came out with one just like it. I just saw at SHOT Show, one of the SHOT Show things. The people were there last week showing off. That was one that had shotgun and gun type thing all in one like that.
I'd like to know how they got the ATF approval.
I don't know.
Because ATF has stricken a lot of these because the factor that they define them technically as shotguns, even though they're pistols. Because the fact, and they go after them because they're shorter than 18.5 inches. But granted, these they don't care because it's cap and ball, because cap and ball isn't defined as an actual firearm. But anything that uses modern cartridges is out of the question.
What if you made the shotgun barrel black powder fired from a percussion cap, but everything else was cartridge conversion, like a Richard Mason or Mason Richards? Richard Mason, I think it was.
Might work. Might work.
If it's a handgun, it's a handgun. I mean, right? It's not a rifle, so you don't have to worry about barrel length, right?
Well, a shotgun kind of falls under. Yeah, I don't.
I mean, because
Are we
technically
subject?
you can buy snake shot, okay, which comes out of a
Yeah.
22, like a 22 snake shot, and that is actually the same as a shotgun type round. You know?
How does Taurus make the judge and get away with it?
Because, as I said, if you were listening to me before, Taurus gets away
I
with it
wasn't
because
here.
Taurus chambers it in 45, which they also have the barrels, the inside of the barrel rifling done enough to where it can use 410 shotgun shells and chambered them just fine. That's how they get away
Okay,
with
so
it.
what you're saying is it's not on the manufacturer, it's on the user.
Right. You know, the manufacturer says it does 45. You can use 410 in it, but we don't recommend it. But we're not going to stop you from doing it.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and that way the ATF can't say no on them. So it's going to be interesting trying to get one made.
Well, if it were to ever get repealed, I think you would see some really interesting stuff come to market.
Yeah, that's another thing. I think too many laws and legislation hurts research and development more so than it helps.
Well,
Well,
you
that's
can
always
do
been the
R&D
case
to work
throughout
within a
history.
law. You can do R&D to work within, or you can do R&D as soon as it changes.
Remember that if a car went more than 35 miles an hour, a person would disintegrate. Well, that was the laws back then, because of the human body would turn to vapor.
Wait, what?
Yeah, if a car went more than 35 miles an hour.
Right. And seatbelts weren't invented yet.
I'm just telling you that, you know, it's throughout history, laws and regulations have held back innovation.
Yeah.
You know, we got the same thing with like stem cell research. Okay, we still have politicians who have no idea about the science, who think that it comes from aborted fetuses, and have no idea that most stem cells actually come from the own person through their nose. You know, up in the nose is a better place to get the stem cells from than to get it from any aborted fetus. But they still want to kill stem cell research in the United States. So you want to talk about backward, stupid shit? You can just apply it to anything they do with gun laws.
Yep.
So seeing how I'm behind the times all the time, did you ever get that stock replaced on your AR? You were putting the East German stock on it?
Not on
I know
the
that was
AR.
weeks ago.
On an
Or not
AK.
on the AR, I mean the AK, sorry. I'm working on an AR right now.
I got it on, but I haven't finished it just because the factor that I need to get the butt plate and the sling swivel.
So
So
what
I've
was holding it on there? What was the?
It was not going in right. It's too tight. So I was having to file it down and whatnot. And I'm gonna buy a different one and just put it on. One with all the with all the hardware on it, because it'll be cheaper in the long run just to buy that. I've tried to see about buying the parts separately. If I buy all the parts separately, the kit where it comes with the butt plate and the screws, from a vendor, they want $20 for it with shipping. And then if I have to get the swing swivel with screws, that's another $20. So it's $40. Now, if I just buy the entire assembly from Numrix, even with shipping, that's about $33.
It's a better deal.
So I make out better by just buying the whole assembly from Numrix and being done with it. And hello, Dano. How's it going? Is your microphone muted? Are you not turned on? And Dano isn't talking to us. Sad face.
Give him a minute.
Yeah, he was on the earlier chat. And then I went off chat, he went off chat, and then I guess we both just came back to this one.
Yeah, this is the same chat.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I didn't close it down. I have more than one Google account, so I just let this one run while I went and jumped on my other account and joined Heavy Beast chat.
I just saw it was a whole different group of people when I came back. So,
well, that means more people jumped in.
Yep. So why do you want to have one of those handguns with the shotgun?
Why do you want any gun?
No, I'm talking about that specifically. Did you have a specific thing in mind you wanted to do with it? That's what I'm saying.
No, I just want it because I want it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, though I'd like to have it, in modern cartridges, so I can use it. I can use it easier. That's just, I mean, if I had to just use a cap and ball one, then I'd just use a cap and ball one and be done with it.
I'm just saying I could see that as being useful when hiking up in the mountains. You run across a rattlesnake or something, you use the shotgun portion. You run across something else, you use a 40mm portion,
Yeah, 45.
45 or whatever. I could see that as being very handy. I didn't know if you had a specific thing you were doing.
Yep.
Well, on the original weapon, the shotgun was not the primary barrel you used. The shotgun was you're out of aim or you've shot all 9 shots out of the cylinder. You shot all 9 balls, and your position is being overrun, or you're trying to evade. You fire the shotgun to get everybody to scatter in every direction, just so you can get away. That's what it's for.
Yep.
Because you can't reload it quickly.
Don't misunderstand. With the whole shotgun thing, if you had more than one person with one of these things, lined up in a row shooting the shotgun barrels, that would do some major damage. in an actual military line.
Well, I don't know if they were ever used like that.
But
I mean,
but that's only up in
suppose.
close quarters combat. That's not in distance combat. Because in distance, yeah, shotguns aren't great yet. A certain amount of ways away, but close
Yeah.
up, yeah.
It had a short barrel to fit in there, but it was designed for, this is your last ditch. This is you're about to be overrun, and you need something so you can break away.
Yep. So Dano, I have a question for you. If you're there. Okay.
Or even if you're not there.
Dano, check your settings. You might have to reset your settings.
So do you have any plans to get any cap and ball or any muzzle loaders or anything like that somewhere in the future? Is that on your list anywhere? Or?
Probably. Because I learned how to use cap and ball in the Boy Scouts muzzleloading badge. I love doing that as opposed to just using regular, firearms. They got that one and they got the shotgun badge when they still allowed Boy Scouts to use guns. I don't know if they even have those badges anymore.
I don't know.
Knowing the liberals, probably not. Knives, are you there?
Chocolate!
I've been waiting for that.
Now do pizza.
Pizza!
There we go. That's how they did it in the movie.
Chocolate pizza! Pizza, pizza, pizza!
Well, your avatar is a fat Ninja Turtle, so pizza would be,
Easy.
He's like, easy, man.
Hey, did I miss a Heavy Beast chat?
Yeah, you missed Heavy Beast chat. We had it already.
What was it about?
Just government intervention. And, the problems with California.
Something uncomfortable.
And browbeating nightstryke.
Yeah.
California bullshit.
Yeah, more California bullshit. Sorry.
Squib.
Hey.
I mean, we got to get
You
that
got fun,
California refugee relocation program up and running.
Yeah, we need some money. I got lit, a rubber band, and a paper clip.
You
Where's
accept
MacGyver
small
when you
bits of
need-
string.
Yeah, I also need MacGyvers too, because I don't know how to use that shit.
Well, just as long as it's the Richard Dean Anderson MacGyver and not the new MacGyver, because fuck that guy.
Fuck the other guy too.
Oh, wow.
Anti-gun motherfucker. Hey, fine. Where the fuck you been, man?
Work.
Huh. I need one of those.
Well, gee, I didn't think it got cold enough there in sunny California to where you had to stop selling oranges on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just got flooded out.
Well, gee, now all you need to do is just find some cranberries, throw them in there, and you got yourself a cranberry bog and a new line of revenue.
Oh, God. Not cranberries.
You
I don't
could
know.
always
Without,
visit Vermont out of business.
without that mud, he'd be better off growing celery.
Easy.
How's California?
I'm
All
trying
those.
to get about this money. Go ahead.
I was going to say it's California. There's a excessive amount of alcohol drank there, but then again, I suppose all the hipsters and that wouldn't be drinking Bloody Marys and wouldn't be needing celery.
Nah, they'd all be on pot.
And they'll grow just about anywhere.
That's true.
Oh yeah, I was going through the petitions yesterday. It said one of them's for one of them's for what's that one bitch? Madonna to go to jail.
You said
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys sign the petitions for the NFA?
yes.
Mm-hmm.
The Hughes
I
and the
forgot-
NFA.
I saw it before Dead Horse went
Yes.
and posted it on gun channels because it was on Reddit first.
I don't have a phone, so I
I
wouldn't
saw it
post
when
it around
Knives.
this shit.
No, I saw it when you posted it, Knives. Thanks.
I'll be right back.
You can go take a shit.
Now, what was I hearing earlier? Who was thinking about getting the Lamont?
Nightstrike wants to make a modern version of it.
Yep.
I am unsuccessfully trying to put an AR-15 magazine back together. Yeah, this thing does not like anything but its original parts put back on it.
GI mag?
Yeah, but it's a it's a 20 rounder. It's a commercial. Well, it's aluminum. It's commercial, but it's. I had some problems with it. I must have dropped it or something and bent the crap out of it. But I'm telling you, this floor plate is garbage. The follower is garbage. So I got a rebuild kit. I'm trying to put it on here, and it didn't want to take the follower. And now that I got the follower in, it doesn't want to take the replacement floor plate.
Hell of a deal.
I mean, it's not the end of the world if I can't get it together. I just figured since I was down here, I'd fool with it. Dead Horse is going to be building an AR-15 tonight.
Yeah, some kind of ultralight or something like that.
Yeah.
Today Thursday?
Hmm?
Today Thursday or Friday?
It's Friday.
It is Friday.
And if you don't know what day it is, you do need a job. Just giving you shit, man.
You made me sad.
Well, you're always sad. You're the sad turtle.
Yeah, I'm going to my corner when next to my cup of noodles.
Oh. Ramen noodles?
Yep.
I had that for dinner tonight, too.
Chicken flavor.
Put some frozen vegetables in there. Yep. Chicken flavor. I put some mixed vegetables in there. Good to go.
The bag, right?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck the cup. The cup is nasty now.
Now, the cup's good if you're at work, but when you're at home, you get them out of the bag. The cup's nasty.
Well, nice if you would take it home and wash it every once in a while. It wouldn't get so nasty.
Oh, yeah. You know you're on hard times if you're doing that.
Yeah. There. Now I should be done with this shelf.
Are you getting snowed by Nate?
No, not where I'm at. Like when was it? I think Wednesday and Thursday, or Wednesday night into Thursday morning, areas south of me got anywhere between, what was it? My folks are south of me. They said that they got 5 or 6 inches and got nothing. Had like a dusting last night, but nope, everything melted off last weekend. It was a beautiful seasonal 45 degrees for most of the week, so got to see where all the low spots in my yard were.
My mom wanted to get a house over there by the mountain area where they're having with the mudslides and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I told her, you got to worry about bears jungle cat and fucking fires, and then a fucking mudslides. And those
Yeah, I
people
would
are
think
still
that
there.
I can understand not wanting to leave your home, but after 3 or 4 decades of stuff, just kind of the earth itself sliding downhill, that kind of be a hint of, hey, this isn't the best place to be building anything.
Oh yeah, and those houses are fucking expensive as fuck too. They're like a mill.
Yeah, but then again, that's California too. So
Except for Northern California, you got the good shit.
yeah, a friend of mine at work was thinking of retiring to California and starting up his own shop again. He's telling me about how much housing there, but I think he was looking at like San Bernardino or something like that.
Oh, the ghetto area.
I don't know. He wanted to be closer to the border so he could go back and forth.
San Bernardino's the ghetto area?
Yeah, that's why you call it San Bernardino Ghetto.
Heavy lived over there.
Yeah, Heavy says the same shit.
Oh.
He's the token non-ghetto person. More tape.
Yeah, man, is there anything good on the news, man? Because all I keep hearing about is fucking Donald Trump's fucking ass all day.
Hear about.
Trump at the border wall, Trump this, Trump that.
No, they just don't like him.
A baby fell down the well, Trump this.
I watched the news on Sunday. Even Fox News was against him.
Well, didn't they have an interview with him and he kept bringing up fake news, you guys are all bullshit anyway, kind of thing?
That was his press secretary, and they were saying, you're making a big deal out of the fact that you didn't have as many people as Obama. And he said, no, wait, hold up. We did have more people, but that's not the issue here. The issue is you guys put out a picture of people gathering before the swearing in and said, this is what it looked like when he was getting sworn in. And that's not the truth. Our issue is the fact that you didn't say the truth. Our issue isn't with that there were more people there. And the guy said, by the way, I was there. Were you? No. Well, I'm telling you, there were more people there. But this is wrong. And the guy from Fox News would not stop saying that the picture was correct. Or he wouldn't admit that the picture was. I mean, you could tell by looking at the picture, it was people getting ready for it. I mean, there were so many bare areas, and you could tell people were walking to their seats and stuff like that. And what he was trying to say was, look, we just want you to report the truth. Have some ethics in what you say. That's
integrity.
I mean, yeah, asking them for integrity is a lot because they've had a long time. I mean, decades and decades of who's first and who can sensationalize and who can. I mean, to undo that, you're not going to undo that in 4 years. So, but at least he said, look, our point wasn't that it was a smear against the presidency. The point was that you didn't tell the truth. So. Actually, some good news was on CBS that morning. They were showing students from a high school in Florida who their parents are illegals and they're in California not California, but Florida to pick fruit. Most of them work in the agricultural field and they're there illegally. I'm guessing they're Cuban. I don't know, in Florida. And their school it was sending them to the inauguration. And the parents are so afraid that they're going to get deported because Trump's in office, and they were begging their children not to go, but the children still went. And the children don't support Trump, but they went and they watched and they acted civil. And that's what the reporter was saying was, even though these kids don't support him, and even though their parents are afraid they're going to get deported because of him, they went there because it's part of American tradition, and that's why the school was sending them there to witness a piece of American history, a piece of American tradition. And these children took it upon themselves not to make it into a scene where they're demonstrating and, you know, acting up and things like that. And if these kids can be civil, why can't adults be civil? And I thought, wow, dang, CBS News, I'm surprised. So I give thumbs up to CBS for actually reporting some good news. I mean, it wasn't that it was pro-Trump, because it definitely wasn't. Halfway through, the reporter even kind of made a slam against Trump, and I don't really care about that. It was the fact that they were trying to show that there are young people out there that still have some values, and I thought that was positive news.
Okay.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Is there gonna be a show tonight?
I think Heavy had his like an hour ago or so.
Yeah, I missed it.
So I haven't been on in a while. Did Flippy cease to non-exist, or?
Yeah, he kind of. I think he got burnt out.
He found a new. They came out with a new World of Warcraft, and he just fell into the Warcraft hole.
I think so.
Alice Snack Bar, or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah, Gavin also got a job, so he ain't on no more.
Hell of a deal.
Oh, when you're busy, you're busy.
Yeah. And I know.
And lately, the chats have been kind of fucking dead.
Yeah, usually the lobby's dead by the time I get home, or by the time I get back at about 3:30.
You get them all the way fucking till 3 in the morning. Oh shit, it's almost tax season.
Almost tax season.
Tax refund.
For some people.
Sometimes you have to pay into the system before you can get back from it. Unless you got a good account.
Ooh.
Hey, he just said he wasn't employed.
I am paying school though.
Yeah. Well, damn, then you should be getting all the tax breaks.
Probably by next month I'll have my glasses, try to get my fucking license. Find me a job. Goddamn oranges ain't putting out no more.
Yeah. That's what happens. People get burnt out. You need to start rebranding it, remarketing it as super organic, free range oranges.
Yeah, I'll make money off of that shit.
Or, you know, just go into the free range soap business.
People will pay extra money for it.
Mm-hmm. I'll just start throwing adjectives in front of it. Any product, they'll buy it. So what you going to school for, Knives, if you don't mind my asking?
I already went to school, dude.
Hmm?
I already went to school.
Oh.
I just need money to pay my medical bills.
Yeah.
Montana AG signed a extension bill for background checks, extended background checks. They're
Why would
fucked.
they have to extend them?
Hold on. I'll give you the link right now.
What's the reason? You're going to make me read. Everybody in California is buying up all the ammunition.
Yep.
I'll just keep reloading.
Reload until you ain't hand no more. Next thing they're gonna be charging for the powder.
Yeah, I know. Well, if you wanna get it at the store, it's no big deal. It's maybe only like $1 or $2 more than ordering it. But the stores don't always have everything in stock, or may not have one specific powder you're looking for. So if you order it online, you have to pay a hazmat fee on top of shipping and handling. So anytime I see something at the store that I've been looking for, I keep a little list in my wallet of different powders that are in my reload manual that I don't have yet for maybe a future batch of ammunition. And if I'm at a store and they've got powder, I compare the list. And if they've got it, I snatch it up because I don't want to pay that hazmat fee. I did it once, but I ordered powder and primer, and I think I also threw bullets on the order too. So I bought enough stuff that it was worth it, but just to try it out. I'd rather not pay the fee if I can help it. Right now, I'm not really reloading to save money. I haven't been doing it long enough to say I can do that, but eventually one day. As long as I don't have any squib loads. Hmm.
Nobody's in here.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Delicious things to eat. The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
No, there's all kinds of people in here. Was my shit not working?
No, you're good.
All right. We like shooting is live right now too.
I think I was reading each other doing a show review.
Now they're talking about how they deal with shot every day.
Hey G, how you feeling, man?
I'm better. I'm pretty much back to normal. Went 8.
That's good.
He's gonna build that AR in about an hour, I guess. Something like that. We'll go live. I don't know, is Edge live right now? Is that guy going live? Don't even have a shit set up yet. What the fuck?
It's live.
You guys don't even have one set up yet. All right, well, I think I'm gonna go lay down for about a little while, and then we'll start up. It'll be like down probably. If y'all don't see me in here quarter 2, feel free to text me. I don't think I'll fall asleep then.
Anybody still there? Hello?
I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm here.
I had to go make some food, so I'm back.
Hello.
We got 2 dead horses here.
Which is better than 1.
Okay.
Never enough dead horse.
Too much dead horse.
Nah. Is G-Web's opening up a different chat for the build, or is it going to be on this?
No, he's going to open up a different chat.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but still have a few minutes until that happens. Like an hour, I'd say. 'Cause I thought he said they were going to do it at 10.
Which, let's see, Utah's on Mountain Standard Time, so that's
So is Arizona.
what, like 8? Okay, so that's 8 o'clock their time.
Yep.
2000 hours. Might have to watch it later.
Yep.
And it all depends. Do I want to caffeinate myself and stay up really late?
You always want to stay up late.
No, not really. Old man needs to sleep.
Aha!
G-Web says pop. Yeah. G-Web says pop's bad for you, or soda. I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it too.
Yeah.
Now Gun Channels is not. Okay, this new chat system is awful because it has ruined the stability of the Gun Channels page. No matter what web page I use.
Bugs with it.
Whether I use Firefox, Chrome, or even Microsoft Edge, it does not want to work. It always crashes the damn browser.
So G updated the website then?
He updated the chat room, and and I hate to use this term, but it's literally fucking with the website.
No, it's broken. I've tried. Well, when I was on here before, I tried to get the chat rooms to pop up on my mobile device. Chat rooms didn't even show up, and you can't even know how you could pop out the chat room into a separate window. It's not doing that either.
This latest version of AeroChat is awful. That's the software he's using, and oh my god, please find a different software because it's awful.
Maybe it just needs time.
Yeah. We'll see.
I may have to talk to G-Webs
Sound it makes when people about what?
About the whole chat room situation. Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe it'll get fixed. If it doesn't get fixed, though, take a wrench to it. Just get the wrench out. If the wrench doesn't work, it's crowbar time.
I don't know. Either that or just hit the reverse switch and go back to the old system.
It's the same software.
Instead of service pack 1.339, it's 1.334.
Yeah, you'd have to downgrade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You seek an audience with the Gunfather.
Nah, if I need to talk to G-Webs, I can talk to G-Webs. He's not hard to get a hold of. Now, getting him to listen, that's the hard part.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm not actually being serious at all because no, G-Webs is cool, just period.
Yeah.
No. G-Webs is not the man, the myth, the legend. G-Webs is an actual person. There is documented proof on YouTube of G-Webs. And I don't mean just his hands. There's a video out there of him. Granted, it wasn't taken with his permission, but there's a video of him out there. Find it, if you can. Now, if Flippy's a real person, you can go either way with that one. Wow, that was awful static. Ow. Squid, check your microphone. Oh God, that sounds awful. Knock it off, Squib.
Did the tinfoil fall off your rabbit ears there?
I don't know if it was his rabbit ears or if it was his Wi-Fi router. I don't know.
Ouch.
Because man, I haven't heard that since the VHS days when you had
Who's making
rabbit
all
ear
that?
antennas.
Yeah.
Squib.
Mm-hmm. And now sound more like it was the Betamax eating the tape.
Ooh, wow, the Betamax.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least my laptop's working again.
Did you get a new belt buckle there, Dead Horse?
Nope, that's Derringer.
That's one of those little NA
22s.
22s.
Yep.
So did you go practical and get the Magnum and Magnum conversion kit, or just the standard long rifle?
Just the standard long rifle, it looks.
Yeah, just a long rifle with shark skin. CCI stickers.
Nice.
I had this custom holster made for me twice.
Who made it?
Someone down in Arizona, like down in Tucson, I think, right where G-Webs lives. G-Webs probably knows the guy who made this holster.
One for the left side, one for the right?
Well, like first, the holster was just a pocket holster, like where you just put it in your pocket, and then I sent it up to a guy up in northern Utah, and then he put the back on it for me with the.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of had it made twice, but shark skin.
Nice.
Got my speed reloads. So, but like this gun's been like a main CCW gun of mine for like years and years. Like no joke. Like this has always been like a good backup, and sometimes it's even a primary. So depending on where I'm going and what kind of clothes I gotta wear, and sometimes I don't even use the holster. I just rock this. Got my night sight on it. And you can tell by the wear on the top of that night sight, like how much this gun's been used and worn. Like it's, like I know I've shot over 1,000 rounds out of this little gun.
Yeah. Still staticky, Squib.
Oh God, Squid, turn it off! Turn it off! Unplug it and plug it back in, damn it.
Try wiggling the cord a bit.
Oh God, it hurts so much.
Yeah, a buddy of mine got one of those mini revolvers. I think just as a novelty because he, I don't know, just kind of liked it. But first time he shot it, the thing actually flung out of his hand, and he had enough reflex to kind of reach up and grab it before it hit the ground.
That's funny.
It is. I kind of wanted to get one of their break top ones, but they only made them for a couple of years, and now they are just kind of ludicrously priced on secondhand.
Oh, I'm still gonna get a Sidewinder. I was looking at G-Web's video on YouTube of IO.
Mm-hmm.
He came out with the new side ejecting little mini pistol. And I was like, wow, like I actually might buy something from IO. Like,
whoa. Let's not be hasty here.
You know what? Like, I don't know. Those pistols did look pretty nice, man. Like, I really like how White Thumb Spur. They had a lot of nice options on those little pistols. A lot of nice options for the money. And I like little revolvers, so. No, I'm not like G-Web's crazy on them where I own like every single thing, but I like them enough that I think this is the third one I've had, and this one I actually went and watched get made for me down in Provo at the factory. So I actually got to sit there and like walk through the assembly line while they made that gun for me. So
nice. Not too many places will let you do that.
Yeah.
Nope, not at all. But those guys are totally cool. All you got to do, like, see what it was is I wanted the night sights and I wanted like certain grips and I just wanted certain features, right? And they're like, oh, why don't you just come on down? Like, I was like, okay. And then they're like, do you want to watch your gun be made? I was like, yeah, like, let's do this. Like, it was pretty sweet. Like, so like literally it took them like a couple hours to make me a gun. It was pretty sweet.
Yeah, because
and they didn't charge me anything extra, no bullshit. It was just straight up like, oh, look, here's your gun. So But yeah, not many of these you don't see too many people with the little mini revolvers with night sights on them. So
No, because I think the only one that they have that comes standard are like their Pug or
they're
Black Widows.
Pugs. Yeah. But I wanted the night sights. Like, I wanted all the options, and I wanted to pick the grips myself. And I told him, like, man, I already got like 2 of your little guns. Like, I love them. But I prefer the 22 long rifle over the 22 mag because it's just so much easier to shoot and to control. And I don't have the dexterity in my right hand like I used to. I've lost a lot of the feeling in my right hand. So it's a lot easier for me to control and to hold on to, and it's just a lot more pleasurable to shoot the 22 long rifle. Ah. So I need to figure out how I'm going to work these giveaways out tonight.
I won't be in the chat. I'm kidding. I probably will be in the chat.
Hey, can you guys do me a favor?
What's up?
Okay, I got both my laptops on right now with the cameras on them. Like, and my hand's about like right in between them.
Mm-hmm.
Which computer has like the best?
The best picture?
Yeah, like which one has the best camera?
The problem is the lighting on both cameras is not the same.
Is that better?
The one that's farthest away from your pop can is lit a lot better than the one that's up next to your pop can there.
Yeah, the one that's facing towards your palm is the better lighted one. The other one, not as much light.
Okay, now I'm going to adjust my lights a little, like the brightness on them, and will you tell me like what looks best?
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's low light right now. That's high.
Okay.
And then that's off.
Go back to high.
Mm-hmm.
High will be better.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be able to see both sides just fine.
All right. Okay. I just figured that way if I'm doing something, they'll be able to switch back and forth if they want or whatever to get better detail. Because like G-Webs will be able to control that, right? He'll be able to pick which camera is on.
Yeah, he'll just switch to the viewer and share the screen.
Sweet.
Is that an Omni Poly lower you got there?
And upper. Yeah, but the hybrid ones with the
yeah,
with the steel inserts.
Yeah, this will be the third ones I've done, and I still have a fourth set.
Okay. So by a strange coincidence, I'm actually holding one right now.
I love them. These are the only decent polymers on the market. There's only, in my opinion, there's only like really 2 things they could do to improve this.
And what's that?
Number one, make the magwell a little tighter. Number two, extend this, how the metal insert goes down through the rear takedown pin. Extend it all the way down through the safety. And then, well, I guess three things. And then the third thing, put in a little steel insert right here for the grip. So if they did those three changes, and for all I know, they've already fixed the magwell issue. And it's not like it's a big issue. There's just like GI mags work perfectly well in them, but some of the skinnier mags are just they don't fall out or anything, but there is a little bit excessive wobble in there. It's about 2 to, I don't know, maybe like 3/1000 out of spec, and which makes for like really nice fast like mag changes and shit. But I don't like a wobbly mag,
Well,
you know.
you know what you can do?
Stick a little piece of tape on across the side of my mag, and it fixes it.
That's what I was gonna suggest.
Like I got some skinny, like a lot of the 22 mags, the dedicated 22 mags, because I built one of these already as a dedicated 22, and then another one as a 5.56. But the one I built as a dedicated 22, like the dedicated 22 mags, a lot of those mags are a little bit skinnier than a regular AR-15 mag, and those have a lot of excessive wobble. So literally, I took a piece of like clear, transparent plastic, and I just cut it and glued it right to the side of the mag, and that fixed it like, perfectly. And I was like, "It's just a 22 mag. Like, I don't care." Like, but I just didn't like the wobble. Like, I don't know. I just don't like that. I don't like it to have excessive wobble.
Yeah, I would have just recommended just use some electrical tape, but yeah, that works too.
Mm-hmm.
And tonight's build will be a full build except for the barrel nut. This barrel nut was kind of a bitch to index. Took me about an hour to index it. So just to get the handguard to index and everything. So I didn't want to spend like an hour on the chat just fucking putting on a barrel nut, you know? So
Mid-length or carbine?
I have that. What's that?
Mid-length or carbine?
Mid-length.
Okay.
Everything about this is like kind of oddball or unusual or not the norm. So like 223 wild chamber, mid-length, lightweight barrel, but it's an ultra lightweight barrel. But instead of a 625 gas block journal, I went with a 750 gas block journal. So it acts like a heat sink and keeps the heat away from the upper. So that's my theory anyway. And I did already dimple the barrel. Nice dimple there. That's all done by me. And that's I have a video on my Instagram, a 60-second video on how to do that, like really easy, without one of those stupid jigs or any bullshit that you really don't need. All I'll recommend is if you're gonna drill a barrel, and it's like a nitrided barrel, just make sure you have like a really good like cobalt or carbide drill bit. Like don't use anything less. Don't use like those titanium coated bits or just a regular steel drill bit. Like you definitely want cobalt minimum and preferably carbide.
Hey, I had a question for you guys.
What's up?
I was thinking about converting one of my plain ARs into kind of something that looked like Deadshot's AR.
Okay.
I would ask Dead Horse about that.
Well, what I want to do is I want to stick a heavy barrel on it. They got a new one that is spiral cut on Midway from AR Stone. Nice heavy, nice barrel, only $99. So pick one of those up, then do an extended full length, like 15 or 16 inch handguard rail, and then Duracoat it maroon like his color was. It's not going to look the same as his rail. It's going to be completely different, but it's going to be a maroon rail on it. Kind of do the same color scheme as him, and then put a competition muzzle brake compensator on the front. And, I'm just converting one of my ARs I never use from standard Harry handle mil spec to basically a competition type gun. I'm just going to paint it like dead shots.
Okay.
Because right now I have a pistol AR that I have my suppressor I can put on it, and I'm going to play SBR that coming up, and then I have a standard AR that's piston driven, and so I need my third AR to be something different. And I was thinking, hey, why not go dead shot?
So what's your question?
That's what I figured. There's no question to it. I mean,
oh, okay. Well, I thought you had a question. I thought you started off by I have a question. I thought that's what you said.
What I'm trying to say is, should I do that? And obviously, I'm in the group that.
Oh, totally, dude. Like, why not? Like, first of all, if it's an AR and it's not, and you already have others, right, that are serving the purposes of freedom and home defense and self-defense and truck guns, if you already have those bases covered, then do whatever you want. If it was like your first AR, your only AR, I would say, fuck no, don't do it. But like, if you already have others that serve those purposes and other guns that serve those purposes, then do whatever, like literally do whatever you want. Like, make a Punisher gun, a Deadshot gun, like for real. Like that I love to see that kind of shit.
I have to say that
those like Nintendo Zapper Glocks and stuff. I love to see that shit. That's awesome.
I have to say that my Punisher style Kimber, I love that gun. So this would making a Deadshot gun would be probably the next coolest gun I've ever like really made.
Yep, I would say do it. Like for real. Like there's Like I said, as long as you have your other bases covered and like that gun's not going to serve
that
use
gun,
of like defense.
That
gun
would serve the purpose of being a fun range gun, and maybe if I ever wanted to try to go play 3-gun, I could take it for that.
Yeah. Go right ahead, man. Like that's awesome. I like to see stuff like that. I think those kind of builds are awesome. I like
do it already.
Floor code and stuff.
Why is it not already done? Should have been done like Dead Horse.
Well, I'm thinking about doing my taxes this weekend, and then once I get the funds back for my taxes, putting a little of that family vacation, but then I got to buy the parts.
Screw the family. You need another. You need another rifle. However you want it. Screw the family.
I can do it all. I'm a married man with a wife and me that make good money, so my tax return is good enough to go on vacation and soup up a rifle and pay for my elk hunt.
Damn. I wish I had that kind of return.
Hey, look, I'm just basically my wife make the same money as a teacher and a cop. But
like, let's say I'm writing off something like I don't know, like well over like $20,000 this year, and I'm still going to end up paying like $1,300 in taxes or something. So
you obviously make way more money than I or my spouse do. Yikes. I mean, I'm serious. My wife's a school teacher. I work at a bank. She makes well more than I do, but we get a lot back in taxes because of the house and the 2 kids. We get a nice chunk back, which makes me wonder.
But you have a mortgage, right?
Does this country make money?
You have a mortgage, right?
Yep.
Yeah. See, that's why like, when you own your house,
2 kids and
that makes a big difference. Like when you own your house outright, like that makes a big difference. You don't get like the same like tax break when you own your house as you do like, when you have a mortgage.
You're right. You're absolutely right. So I don't want to get into really politics, but I would like to say that our current country has so much regulation that it basically chokes small business owners. What I mean by that is I'll give you an example. Let's say that you want to open up a haircutting salon. You're only allowed by law to hire licensed cosmetologists, you know, the people that have got barber licenses. And then there's a whole barber licensing college that costs almost as much as real effing college to learn how to cut hair. This is our country. But to learn to cut hair, you got to spend $15,000. That's how ridiculous it is. And then you can become a beautician and cut hair, right? So one of the things that the new Cheeto head has done, which I think is really cool, is he's going through all these BS regulations and he's killing them. Now, he's keeping the ones that say don't pour mercury in the streams and, you know, maybe we should inspect these aircraft before they fly type regulations. But all the stupid regulations that were basically created by a person who paid off a politician to create the regulation, he's killing them.
So they can make money, yeah.
Yeah, so small business in this country, small business, not big business, but small business in this country and big business both are about to have the gloves taken off and eliminate a bunch of the restrictions. And we're not talking about safety. We're talking about just bureaucratic BS restrictions that were designed to keep business down. Those gloves are being taken off, and I think it's awesome. And that's why the stock market is soaring right now, because he's hacking regulations right now.
And that's why also the peso is down, like majorly down right now.
Well, I don't really care one way about a wall or a peso, because I'm going to tell you this. Plain and simple. Supply and demand. Even Trump can't deny this. As long as we have high supply of Hispanic people with high demand wanting them to build our homes and cook our food, we're never going to get rid of people crossing the border, because it's an economic suction. It's nothing to do with border or anything else. It's just flat out, it's the way things work. It's like, how come drugs have been coming across the border? Is it because there wasn't a wall there? No, it's because we're buying drugs and there's money to be made. So whenever there's a economic need where money will flow across, things will come back to get the money to go across, whether it be people or drugs. So his idea that he's going to create a border on the southern border and like put a wall up and stop that is a joke. He knows it's a joke. But guess what? If he can fund it and have people go and build it and make sure they're not, you know, make sure they're Americans that are building it, it's going to be a giant public works project like the Hoover Dam. So it's not entirely negative. It's just entirely not going to do anything. You know what I mean? And if Canadians were pouring across the border, well, wouldn't have a Bob problem either. Nobody's going to comment on the biker Bob jab? No.
No, he went back up to get his guns.
Well, he's a border jumper.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm sorry to derail the chat here. I just had to get that off my chest.
That's all right.
Hey, Dead Horse, you're still there. Quick question for you on the Omni lowers. Still.
Yeah, go ahead.
One I have, I got it on a 300 blackout pistol, and it seemed to me that it just beat the hell out of my buffer. Like there was a radial pattern of where it striked the buffer, or like where the buffer was slamming against the buffer retaining pin.
Would you say that section of your gun, that you haven't seen a gun beaten that bad since you watched Roots? Is that what you're saying?
I haven't seen Roots.
So it's
homicide.
Is that buffer detent? When the buffer is coming back, the buffer's slamming against that detent.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying? So it's putting an indent into the buffer?
Yeah.
Okay, two things that I've seen that before, and what I had to do is I basically had to face the front of my receiver. I had to lap the front of my upper and take literally a couple thousandths off of it to seat the barrel farther back. Because what was happening is that when the bolt would go home, the bolt, and you can check this by just taking the upper off the gun or just pulling the takedown pin, but is that bolt carrier flush with the back of that upper? Because mine was actually inset about 2 thousandths when the bolt was fully closed, and because of that, my buffer, it wasn't coming home with the bolt carrier. The bolt carrier would continue to go forward, and then that buffer would slam into that buffer retaining pin. And so I had to basically take 2 thousandths off the front of my upper, and that's the whole reason I bought my upper lapping kit from Wheeler. But now I use that on almost everything, just to get a square face on my uppers. But I had to take about 2 thousandths off of it, and then that cured that problem.
Nope, actually, my bolt is sticking up from the back of the receiver.
I was about to say, Wheeler, I love their scope lapping kit. I need to look into that receiver lapping kit because a couple of my receivers could fit better together, much better.
With your bolt fully closed, it's sticking out past the end of the receiver?
Yeah, I don't have my calipers on me. Maybe like...
It should be like completely flush with the back of your receiver.
Nope.
And what kind of upper do you have on it?
It is a Soda Arms upper.
Billet?
I'm assuming so because I've got another one there upper and it's got a lot of machining marks on it.
Okay, yeah, that upper is out of spec. That's all. That upper is definitely out of spec. Either that or your barrel extension. It could be a problem with the barrel extension, but more than likely it's the upper. Like at that 99%, that's what it's got to be. Okay. Is just that upper's out of spec. It's already cut too far back, but I don't know why. If that, when the bolt's fully home and locked, I don't know why that buffer would be beating on the buffer detent though, if it's out of spec that reverse way. That doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just figured I'd ask if you knew something about like or if the Omnis had that weren't in spec.
I've built two so far. This will be my third one. Mm-hmm. And both of them, well, granted, one was only a 22, so I don't use a buffer system in that. But the 5.56 one I built runs like a top, dude. I haven't had any issues with that, like not even a malfunction, like nothing. Okay. So that's why I'm using it again, because these are the first polymers I've come across that I actually like. So,
okay.
So in the 22 variant, you don't need to use a buffer?
No,
because it's like built into the bolt.
Yeah.
Idea.
Yeah, that's why, like with I have a 22 conversion kit, I slap into my ARs, and they don't use the buffer at all. They just run on their own, spring built in.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna get ready to start up the live chat on a G-Webs thing. If someone can do me a favor, once that gets posted in the lobby or whatever, will someone post that on the front page for me, like nightstryke? Would you hook me up with that?
If you can give me the channel.
Yeah. Like I'll make sure to post it in the lobby if you could just take care of the front page for me.
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you, sir.
Didn't G-Webs and them still at SHOT Show, or did that end?
Well, that ended last week.
Yeah, that was over 20th, Inauguration Day.
Oh wow! So they're just posting the videos after the fact. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, post processing, whatnot.
Yeah, well, that makes sense that they're not going to be able to stream and put stuff on every day from SHOT Show. That makes sense. So I do find it fascinating. We're still alive. Anyway, I do find it fascinating that the guy I don't like, Cheeto Head, he's very controversial and everyone hates him and stuff, but he is treating becoming the president like a hostile takeover of a company, which can be really good and really bad. So I'm interested to see how this all plays out. I'm not going to predict because it's never happened before. Every person who's been president in my lifetime has been a controlled player of the political system with years in it that has basically people who have handlers. They can make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. And this guy,
he just goes and does shit stupid.
he goes, and you can see it from his tweets. But on the flip side of that, a lot of his decisions
are for the people.
Well, no. What he's doing is, I think he's approaching it just like when he buys a business. This business is failing. This business had problems. This business was going under, and I bought it because it was going under. This is, basically a hostile takeover where I've taken over a business that was devalued because of incompetence running it, and now I'm going to clean this business up and make it again. That's what I'm saying, is he's doing what he's always done. You take a piece of shit and shine it into a turd, basically. And he's approaching this country pretty much the same way, where it's been a poorly run business for 100+ years or more, and he's going to find where the problems are.
I wouldn't say 100. I wouldn't say 100+. I'd say it really started doing it right around World War II.
Okay, let's just say that since World War II, we've been on the decline. Because, again, the salad days were right after World War II. That's when we can all say we all had a house, we're all great, everything was wonderful in this country. And it's been deteriorating since. So however long it's been, he's basically
60, 70 years.
Oh, yeah, he's basically stepping in and saying, you know what? You got all these people who don't know what business is, who sit around passing regulations and laws for all these years, and these regulations and laws are really just paid for in favoritism to block people from doing what they should be doing, which is business. So I'm going to start slashing these regulations and laws, and I'm going to take the institutions on the federal level, and I'm going to start pulling their teeth out so that they can't even step in and enforce anything unless it's very egregious. So unless you are pumping mercury into a panda and raping it and throwing it into a river and taking a dump on it,
Ooh, sounds tempting.
He's not going to go after you. You know what I'm saying? You have to be pretty bad for him to go after you. Now, granted, I'm not saying he's taken off everything. He's going to keep in regulations that make sense. But let's face it. We started this country off with what? The Bill of Rights and some congressional stuff that they agreed on and some things. And basically it came up to about, 10, 20 rules. And now it's expanded into stuff. When they passed the Affordable Care Act, it's 3,000 pages long. It has more words in it than the Bible. Okay, what type of government are we running where we pass something called the Affordable Care Act and put more stuff into it than the Bible has? That's ridiculous. That is bureaucracy on the point of stupidity. And he's taking an axe and just going, this is stupid, this is stupid, this is stupid. We're not going to enforce this. We're not going to do this. Now, the point that the bureaucracy has grown to the point that the president has this outrageous power to just rip everything apart is offensive to me. It should never have gotten to that point. But the fact that he's doing it, the fact that he's doing it, I kind of like. If he's just going to go through and say, you know what, we're just going to wipe all this
something that
off the table out power of.
Something I think would be awesome is he takes and he does this, all this bureaucracy stuff, and then at the end of it, he's like, "Okay, you can't do this shit anymore."
Yep.
All right, guys. So basically, use the system to
guys. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I got a link to the AR-15 podcast that they're gonna do. I'm gonna go and jump over there, so I want to kill it right here.
Okay.
So thank you guys for jumping in and being part of the early afternoon lobby. So well, stay tuned for Pink's normal evening lobby chat.
Hey, can you send me a link? Can you send me a link next strike? Because I'll just talk about Arrow.
You're gonna have to ask G-Webs, because I think G-Webs and Dead Horse have already sent out links.
G-Webs is running the show.
Yeah, G-Webs is running it. All right, I'll see you guys later.